Hello, and what is up? I guess we are live, at least as I'm saying every time. I hope so. I will set this to public. I will fix my live stream settings. I will try to add the chat so I can make sure I see your comments as well. But today, guys, is gonna be a bit different than what we did yesterday and previous days because we got a lot of courses, a lot of materials to watch. So grab a popcorn or I don't know, your breakfast because it's very early and let's watch game development courses, free courses of course, that in my opinion are actually great. Even though they are free, I can't believe we got so many free resources out there and it's just great honestly. So let me open the chat and see if it works because if not I'll have to fix that as well. At least I will try. Just give me 1 second. Great. Even though they are free, I can't believe. Okay, so you can hear me. That's great. The sound works properly. What we have to do, although I received a notification. Okay. The chat somehow works, but is not displayed. That's a bit weird. I just have to add the widget itself. Okay, so I hope that won't take that long. I'll try my best to fix it as fast as I can. By the way, if you can hear a dog, that's mine. I just took him outside. I also have to make sure that uh, after 1 hour or so, I will come. I will go and check what is he doing. Okay, so chat box. I have to copy the URL, paste it, and I hope it's gonna work this time. I really hope. Create. Yeah. Save and it should be fine. At least for now. So we got this window out here. Let me see if I type something. If it works. Yes, okay, that's great. Conformist. Nice. So I'll put it right here. That's great. So the chat works. I can let this one open, close that one. Okay. So now I think you can see this course. This is what we are gonna do today. I will start it. I hope you guys will join later on as well. Feel free to do that and to skip within this live stream to make sure you heard everything that preoccupies you. And let's begin. Okay.
Making a game is one of the hardest undertakings out there. There are solo developers who have worked on their passion projects for over 5 years, usually making every asset and piece of music in the process. Those completed projects are monumental achievements, and I think every dev out there applauds them for it. However, working on anything for over 5 years is a recipe for burnout. I know that after my first game was ready to be released, I was burnt out and I hated every part of it. I hated how it looked, how it played, I hated the
Let me see if the sound works okay for the course itself. Yeah, okay, everything works.
music, everything. Working on it was not fun anymore. And you know what? That's okay. I told myself it's better to release an imperfect game than no game at all, even if it was a short, small, and inexpensive project. After a long, healthy break, I started work on the first tree, and I was able to use the things I learned from before and make it 2 hours long in the same amount of development time.
This game is so beautiful. I swear I really like the visuals.
So, how did I make a 2-hour game in 18 months by myself? Well, the truth is, I didn't really make it by myself. Yes, I was the director, and yes, I moved stuff around in Unity. But the magic of the internet has connected us to talented artists, musicians, and programmers who upload their work online and allow others to use it.
Hold
And
on. I just found out
the magic of
two
the internet
two
has
new websites open game art that I've never heard about that one. Let's search for it because it's something new for me as well. So I can save all these resources. This is nice. You also got the Discord. That's great. By the way, what I have to do is I have to check my Discord server in case you haven't joined my Discord server. I will most likely drop a link in the chat, but maybe
You also
later
got
on. Sorry for that. I was checking the sound. Okay. So what I wanted to do was first to check the members of the Discord server. Hold on, members. Verified. I don't know who these ones are. But my question is, let's see who isn't verified. 3 days ago. Okay, so everyone is verified. That should be okay. Nice. And I wanted to check their Discord server. It doesn't work anymore. No problem. At least we discovered something new. Let's reopen. Okay, Mart. Maybe not research, but let's create another one. New folder and let's call it Unity. So we save this in Unity and the other resource
connected us to talented art. These public allow others to use and
nice. So we got this one as well. That's so nice. I never knew about this one. Music. Wow. Background. Great. Okay, let's jump right back into it.
programmers who upload their work online and allow others to use it in exchange for a small cost or even for free. These public game assets changed my life because it's how I finished my game. Just seeing the stylized nature pack on the Unity Asset Store got the gears turning in my head, and all of a sudden I found myself brainstorming ideas whenever I had a free moment.
Wait a sec.
My game. Just seeing the style.
Let's check this package right now. This was the name, I think. Pack. Oh, just pack. Okay. Just pack. Nice. I'm curious if it's still here. Oh, it is. And it's actually a bit cheaper. Wow, interesting. I'm not signed in. Let me just sign in very fast. The Unity Asset Store. Okay. Nice. So new. I did sign in. and it works. Yeah, this looks very, very nice. Good to know.
Connected us to talented artists. These public games, just seeing the stylized nature pack on the Unity asset store got the gears turning in my head, and all of a sudden I found myself brainstorming ideas whenever I had a free moment. The idea of the first tree came to me while I was doing dishes, but only because that environment asset pack planted the idea in my head of what that world would look like. What assets did I use exactly? Well, I used Playmaker, third-person controller, stylized nature.
Playmaker. Okay. Which one is it though? Make it now. €65. Maybe I think it's this one actually. Yeah. Okay. New. Let's save it. Hmm. Interesting. And now they put here his game. Cool. This is pretty cool. Third person controller. Was this one free? No, it was 95. Oh, that's quite a bit. In vector, no. Might be that one. I think is this one actually. Okay.
Pack, stylized.
Stylized fog. What did I say here? 20 euros. Atmosphere could be this one, I think. I'm gonna save them. This one. Okay, we found exactly the one that he used. Nice. New save. Pretty interesting. I like it a lot.
Fog, Gaia, forest animal.
Gaia. It's so nice that he gives away all these things for free. Oh my god. How much was this one? 77. Oh my god. 77. Wait, we have to find that tree. Hmm. Let's find that. Maybe we can actually say 77. Why? Or maybe, hold on. Here 0 and here 77. Maybe it's the same price. We don't know, but we can try. 2021. We got a lot of assets. Okay, maybe not here. Gonna take this one actually. It's even cheaper, so why not? Yeah. I think it's too early for a live stream because there's not a lot of you guys in here. 2021. Okay. Forest animal pack. Let's see. I think it was that one. How much was it? 130. Jesus. I think this one. The thing is, this one is 130. It doesn't even look that professional, in my opinion. There was another one with 50 or something like that. And it looked this one. And it looked even better. So, yeah. Okay, new. This one also looks nice. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, this one looks like something I would love to create on or with or whatever. I really, really like this one. Even though it's 130, that's a lot, but I can also create a lot of stuff in here. That's just great. Let's see what
Pack
else.
1. Mountain Lake environment.
Mountain lake environment. He used assets for everything, I think. Mm, this one? Yes. It's even cheaper now. New. That's great. Oh, okay. So this is what he used after, in case you watched the live stream that I did with the game. He used this one after you finish the low poly game, basically.
Environment. Final IK.
Final IK. Final IK. Let's see. 80. Okay, so this one. 82. A lot of money involved in this game, but it also produced a lot. So, complete collection of this leg arm. Okay, that's nice.
Easy save.
Easy save. Let's see. Easy save. And that was 25. I think this one might be that one. The complete and read files. Something with the complete save. The complete save. Ah, this one. But why it's so expensive now? Like he paid 25 and now wow. 64. That's a lot. Now I see.
Easy subtitles.
Simple subtitle system. It's so nice that you have so many resources in this engine. This is great. I bet in Godot engine you don't have that many. Okay. So this one as well. Big sure subtitles. Nice. Okay.
Cinema director.
Cinema director. Cinema director. Found it. 36 and here it was 55. Okay, so this one is cheaper than before. Okay. What I really like is also the fact that they are upgrading them. So you can see here 2021. That's just great. This course I think was We can see when he made additional links. I haven't checked them yet. Okay, another thing for Unity and Steam page. I don't know what's up with that, but anyway.
UFPS.
UFPS. Okay. Ultimate, I think is this one. 115. Oh my god. Listen, if I'll get a coupon or I will have them on sale or something, maybe I'm gonna purchase them, but otherwise I have to make sure it's the right thing for my future game.
Brian's house.
Brian's house. That's what he used after as well. Brian's house. Who is Brian? Let's see. Okay. No, not maybe our guy is not Brian anymore. Or they took it away. I don't know.
Easy decal.
Easy decal. Which this one is the same logo. It's 28. Okay, new. Nice.
Heard sim.
What's our herd sim? Okay. Maybe I can do it like this. Herd sim. Animal simulation. New. And downloads. Okay. Interesting.
Ultimate VFX.
Ultimate VFX. Which one? The one with the sky. What was the price? 43 could be this one or this one. Actually, this one looks better, I would say. Oh, you only saw me. I'm sorry for that. I changed my camera, so now it should be fine. Right? Yes. Okay.
And many, many more. How much did it cost? $1,375.
Oh my god.
With music, it cost just over $2,600. I would argue that is insanely cheap for such high quality code, art, and music ready to go. But maybe you can't spend that much, and that's okay. Consider my first game. My goal was to spend as little money as possible since it was my first hobby project. I spent $322 and I found commercial use music for free on freemusicarchive.org. Of course, I didn't want to make it.
So this is a site that we saved previously, right? Hold on. So we got, where is Unity? Where did I put here? Unity and yeah, okay. I will put it here so it's easier for us to find it. This one, FMA, I guess.
An asset flip game, I wanted to tell my story without reinventing the wheel over and over and getting burnt out. I used those assets as a base to save time, and I made sure to give them my own personal touch when necessary. One of the biggest mistakes new developers make is using multiple assets with conflicting art styles, so an important goal of mine was to modify them and make sure the entire game was cohesive. Now, could I have modeled those trees, animated that fox, and written all that music for the first tree? It's possible, but it would have taken years and years and I would have been burnt out, and the game would have never been released. To me, that is the biggest travesty, way more than using publicly available assets as a springboard to save time. Many successful indie games have used stock assets wisely. The creator of Thomas Was Alone used store-bought animations in his follow-up stealth game, Volume. The mega-successful frustration simulator Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy used some free models on the Unity Asset Store and actually tied them to the narrative of what goes into a B game. Let's not forget one of the most successful games of all time, PUBG. Some of the models come straight from the Unreal Marketplace. As for my two games, plenty of titles have used the same environment packs
I didn't know that, and it's quite shocking, I would say, yeah.
as me. Some of them have even been pretty successful. Slice of Life, Resort,
Slice of Life. Haven't heard about that one, but it actually looks very, very good. Let's check it out and see how much is it. Maybe we can even play it. Come on. Steam.
and Sharp
I really want to check these games out. So give me a moment. That's the purpose of this course. If we would just watch it without thinking about what we see, then what's the purpose, right? Okay, let's see. Slice of Life. Nice. It's only 5. That's okay, actually. 2017. It looks amazing. Just amazing. Honestly. Interesting that here we got mixed reviews. That's a bit sad though. Then we got Resort. Hold on. I don't know exactly which one. And the last one is Sharp Flint. Maybe not on Unity, but in Unreal.
Flint look pretty similar to the first tree, and Only If looks just like Home is Where One Starts.
Oh my god, I'm sorry if you hear something. That's the train. I'm living closer to that only if. Oh, it's a free game even. Wow, that's interesting. Free to play adventure first person. Oh, it's horror. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not, but yeah, good.
No one has ever really commented on that. It probably helps that all of us have tried hard to make it our own game, even if the trees share the same basic shape. So to answer the original question, I would say a judicious use of public assets allowed me to finish the first tree in 18 months. A disciplined schedule was also essential, and that's something I'll be talking about in the Staying Motivated module. Overall, I'm glad I used every resource available.
Maybe I can turn off my microphone so you won't hear the train because it's pretty annoying, I would say.
Because when you're working full-time, taking care of a new baby, or you're just burnt out by staring at a computer all day, you're going to need all the help you can get.
I just have to select one here. We'll extract it, I would say. Let's go. Nice. Okay, number 2. So I wanted to do something I forgot about. Anyways.
Now you know how much I owe to the Unity Asset Store and how it helped me finish my game. That doesn't mean it's a magic bullet which makes all your problems disappear. There are drawbacks to utilizing this fantastic resource, and it will take wisdom and hard work to use it effectively. Let's start with the pros. By now you can probably guess the biggest pro. You will finish your game. Every pro and con is secondary to this fact. You will save potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars and thousands of hours, all while making a high-quality game people are interested in. When I worked at The Void, I contributed to 2 mega IPs that had the budget to justify making everything from scratch. We hired the best people we could find, we worked full-time plus extra, and it cost a lot of money. And that's okay, because if you're working on Star Wars or you're helping make the next big AAA game, then yes, you make everything from scratch. However, you're not Rockstar Games and you're not even Jonathan Blow. You're a newcomer trying to finish your game no matter what. To put it in perspective even further, look at this analysis by Andrew Price. At BlenderCon 2018, he estimated how much one screenshot of The Division actually cost. Do you want to know why games cost millions of dollars to produce? Here's the answer. The second pro ties into the first module of finding the perfect game idea. What better way to finalize your game story and gameplay than looking at a library of ready-to-go assets? It can get the ball rolling when you're feeling some creative block. If there's an idea you're super excited about but you're not sure you're ready to commit, invest a few dollars and mess around with it. Experiment and have fun. A huge part of the creative process is doing exactly that, goofing off. I guarantee that more ideas will come to you while playing around in the Unity editor than simply imagining game ideas while you stare at the ceiling trying to sleep. In fact, that's how my first game got started. I was playing around with a light switch tutorial project which took place in a small house. At first, it was an overhead camera angle, but I dropped in a first-person character controller and started walking around. I explored and realized how engrossing it was just to look around the house and play with light switches. It got me thinking how much better it would be if I added music, tied in a story, and polished the graphics. The rest is history. Those are 2 pretty big pros to me, but there are 3 cons you'll have to navigate around. Con number 1. There's a stigma to using stock assets. I think the advent of asset flips on Steam really got this going, and to this day, you are sure to find people online who complain about games which use recognizable sounds, songs, and 3D models. Heck, even games like PUBG got a huge backlash for using a Playground 3D model. For some reason, a small minority of gamers see this as laziness. That doesn't make sense to me personally. I'm not sure if people expected the Aquaman poster designer to jump into the water and photograph killer sharks so that the artistic integrity of the poster was maintained. I'm not sure people should consider Jonathan Blow a true indie game genius because he didn't melt the silicon wafers himself to construct the PC to make Braid. You can see I have strong opinions about this because even the greatest games of all time use asset libraries for sounds and textures. The film industry reuses sets constantly and also takes advantage of stock asset libraries. It's not laziness, it's common sense not to reinvent the wheel every time, especially as a small indie dev. With that said, please do not release asset flip games. Do not take a demo scene from the Unity Asset Store and just release it and call it your own. No one will want to play it, it's a bit dishonest, and worst of all, Jim Sterling will find you and humiliate you. An essential part of using public assets is modifying them and making them your own, which I'll talk about later in this module. Con number 2 is you lose creative flexibility. The best example I can give is when I bought the collection of Fox animations from the Unity Asset Store and realized the jump animation was lacking. Everything else was pretty good, but the jump needed improvement. Well, no problem, I told myself. I'll import it into Maya, adjust some keyframes. Oh, the animations were baked, meaning there was no rig for me to easily adjust the animation like the creators originally intended. I tried to go in manually and adjust each individual keyframe, but it looked worse than before. I even emailed the creator of the asset asking if I could get the Maya file with the rig intact, and they said they didn't have it anymore. So just remember that some aspects of an asset are more modifiable than others, and that's a limitation you'll have to live with. Con number 3 is you are bound to the license. Please be sure to check the license terms for everything you download, because you do not want to mess with the legal ramifications of accidentally stealing someone else's work and making money off of it. On the Unity Asset Store, you're already good to go. The licensing agreement makes it clear you can sell your game using those assets and even modify them to fit your needs. With free assets like the ones you can find on websites like opengameart.org, the Creative Commons license is clearly listed near the download. Here's a quick recap of the Creative Commons licenses. Basically, if you see the abbreviation NC, you cannot use it in your game, or at least you can't if you're selling it. Almost all of the good assets I've seen require attribution, with this being represented by the BY abbreviation. Basically, that means you have to credit them, pure and simple.
Okay, this is very useful because I've always been curious about using assets. Like, am I allowed to do that?
Be sure to list their name or user ID in the credits of your game, although it's nice to give as much info as possible. CC0 or public domain assets give you the most flexibility. You can do whatever you want with them, no crediting required. So that concludes my pros and cons list for using public assets for your game. I personally think it's all completely worth it, just for the fact that finishing your game can be made possible by using these resources. If you're still worried about being harassed online and not being a true artist, consider this. I've skimmed well over 10,000 comments from people online talking about my game, The First Tree, on Reddit, Tumblr, Imgur, 9gag, everywhere. Out of all those people's comments, only about 15 pointed out I was using the very recognizable stylized nature pack. Some of those people even complimented it, with one person defending me from criticism saying, "This isn't an asset flip, bro. This game is the right way to use the asset store." The assets, including the gorgeous music by Josh Kramer, allowed my story to come to life. Remember, it's not an asset flip if a sincere story shines through. Also, don't forget how some of your favorite indies are probably using the same tools you're using. For me, that was a big confidence boost. I knew I could make Home is Where One Starts control well because I was using the ultimate first-person shooter asset, which was also used in games I admired like Gone Home and Dear Esther. Even blockbusters like Hearthstone and Inside used Playmaker, the visual scripting tool that allowed me to make my games code-free. Of course, use the asset store wisely and put in the hundreds of hours of work to make the game yours, but utilizing this resource can make the difference between failure and success.
I really, really like this course, honestly. It's very useful. Oh my god. Additional links. I forgot to check the additional links for the previous one. Do we have any? Yes, we do. Okay, I'm gonna save everything.
A reason. So you got to model a building, okay, and it's a pretty.
Okay, I think I was watching this at some point. Maybe React Live. We can watch this one as well. Private. Okay. Nice. Then what do we have? Open. We checked this one already. About the creative, this is in Unity. Okay. This one is in Unity as well. What is this though? Hold on, I think. Okay. So this is this one and this one. Unity. Okay. So we saw it. Then is this one. I'm gonna check them at the very end. Let's go.
Now that you have a good idea, you're ready to start development. Whether it's just a creative experiment or it's the game project you'll work on for the next 2 years, it doesn't matter because actually starting on something is by far the best thing you can do. So for this first stage, I highly recommend finding a solid framework asset you can base the rest of your game on. The word framework can mean a lot of different things in computer engineering, but in this instance, I'm defining it as a template project that fits the genre of your future game. For example, I really wanted my first-person exploration game to have smooth, professional controls, so the natural choice was the excellent Ultimate First-Person Controller, or UFPS. I obviously didn't want any guns or enemies, but that's okay, because I was mostly interested in the solid, polished player controller the asset employed. Now, there are free player controllers you can use which come with Unity. Maybe you've even seen the FPS controller with the loud footsteps and the pogo stick head bob movement, but I wouldn't underestimate the value of having a high-quality library of gameplay possibilities and customization options. It's hard to get that with any free script you find online. Since I've been around the block in the Unity Asset Store, and since I'm familiar with what asset packs have contributed to successful indie games, I'm going to list my favorite frameworks for each particular genre. If your game idea is simple and you're ready to mess around in Unity trying to figure things out, there should be something for everybody, regardless of the genre you want to make. I already mentioned UFPS, but I'll mention it again because it is so awesome. For any first-person type of game, you can't go wrong here. Not only are the customization options insane, but it comes with an entire library of interactable objects. There are countless abilities you can add, and the platforming physics are top-notch. Several popular indie games have used it, like Tacoma, Superhot, and Slender: The Arrival. I will say that it can be overwhelming to dive in head first because you'll find there are layers of abstract scripting which can get confusing. I would recommend just checking out the included demo scenes to see how the game objects fit together. Remember to keep it simple. You don't need to use every ability just because it's available. One more thing, there are additional tiers of features for UFPS, but I would recommend sticking with the original unless you really need melee weapons. That seems to be the major difference between UFPS and first-person controller. Next up, if you want to make a platforming game, you can't do better than Corgi Engine. The list of features are endless, and there seems to be a demo level for every ability and art style imaginable. You can make 2D or 2.5D platformer games, and the physics system is incredibly responsive. There's even a dialogue engine so you can focus on writing interesting characters and making your story gripping. There's also a ton of art content you can use, but I would recommend using it sparingly since so many lazy developers have asset flipped this product already. Remember, you're using these frameworks as a foundation for the mechanics, not as an entire replacement. What if you want to make a third-person game like The First Tree? Well, the answer is the third-person controller by Opsiv. This controller is part of the UFPS family, so expect the same things. Tons of customization options with a steep learning curve. I actually ran into quite a few issues using an animal as a player, but that was before it was updated. Now, it should be easier to add any type of humanoid or quadruped character. All of the abilities to choose from are amazing, but what you're really paying for is the smooth, customizable camera system. Like UFPS, it integrates with other plugins like Playmaker or Adventure Creator, which can be a lifesaver if you don't know how to code. The next most popular genre I get asked about is how to make mobile or casual games. These types of games are great to start with since they don't take as long and they're usually simple, but remember how competitive the App Store is and how hard it is to stand out. With that said, there are tons of frameworks available for any type of casual game you can imagine. Maybe you want to make an endless runner, then you need to try the Infinite Runner engine, which is made by the makers of the Corgi engine. If you want to make a card game like Reigns, then try out King's card swiping decision game asset. Or if you want to make crossy roads with your own unique twist, then check out the Verbi Noun Toolkit. There really is something for everyone here, and it just takes a bit of time to browse and do research. Just remember to keep it small, even if it's tempting to go all out with these awesome resources. If you absolutely have to do complex things like in-app purchases or ads, search the Asset Store. I've heard great things about Easy Mobile Pro, which can do those things fairly easily. Another popular request is making a strategy game. Now, to be totally honest, strategy is a hard buy for a new indie dev, especially if you don't know how to code. There is a lot of gameplay balancing and pathfinding that can make this a difficult first project. However, if you're super committed to this idea, I would encourage you to at least bring down your scope and ask yourself what's the minimum viable product you'd be happy with. If you have a fun, small idea you're ready to make, then RTS Engine is an excellent starting point for real-time strategy games. It handles everything you would need like map creation, AI, buildings, units, combat, etc. But remember, don't get too excited, keep it small. If you're looking for a more turn-based experience like Civilization, check out the turn-based strategy framework. I've heard good things about this one too. I've only scratched the surface of what kind of frameworks you can find. Remember, you can always browse the template section on the Unity Asset Store just to see what's available. I'll do some rapid-fire examples just to get your brain ticking. Tower Defense 2D. Horror FPS. Rex engine. Top-down engine. Nanny novel, visual novel engine. High road racing game engine. Space journey. First-person RPG complete game system.
Hold on, the space one was something I liked. Wait a second.
Top-down engine. Nanny novel, visual novel engine.
Don't
High road racing game
green
engine.
screen
Space journey.
one.
First-person RPG complete game system.
This looks
I
interesting.
hope this helps you get started on the game you want to finish. Even with these tools, you'll still have hundreds of hours of work ahead of you. Remember, you need to put your own creative vision into any of these games if you hope to find interested players. Add a sincere story that only you can tell, and make sure the art has your creative fingerprint on it.
Hey JJ, what is up? How are you today? Where is my chat? I don't know because it worked previously. Hi guys, I saw you joined now. Welcome on this live stream. We are watching a free course that's very useful. You can skip it. You can skip the live so you can see what we already saw because I can't play them again. But now because I saw this video, the third one basically right here, I'm gonna check all the resources that he gave for free. So maybe they are gonna be useful for you as well if you're interested in this type of games. So how are you today? That's not for me, I would say. The adventure. This looks interesting. Potentially could be something at some point. So that was okay. Infinite Runner. I don't know exactly. Maybe not my type. Things. Let's see. This is for the card swap. Verb noun toolkit. This was the Crossy Road one. Easy Mobile Pro. Unfortunately, blah blah blah. RTS engine. Let's see. Yeah, this is something I like. I find interesting. I really like this type of games. When I was a child, I used to play a lot of strategy games, building towns and cities from scratch. For me, they were pretty interesting. Turn-based strategy framework. Let's see. I also like this one. Reminds me of Catan. If you ever played that real life game, also mobile and Windows. Okay, turn tower defense. Let's check it. It's not here anymore. For FPS, not really my type, but I like the assets. So if you're into horror games, check this one out. Might be useful for you. Top-down engine. This is the one with okay. How are you thinking of making your artwork in making your game? Hello, Harsh. And this is a very good question. Oh my god, so many comments. I'm so happy you guys are here. I don't know exactly. The thing is, I have so many ideas, and it's very hard to stick only to one at a time. But if you guys saw this video of mine, hold on. So if you saw this video, I'm gonna mute it. I really liked. It was very random the way I combine things, but I like the final product. And hold on, let me just skip it a bit so you can see what I'm referring to. So this was the way it looked. I really liked this part. So yeah, let's see. JJ said, I'm happy because last night I finished the Sudoku solver. It was 1 a.m. but slept peacefully after that. I'm very happy to hear that as well. Good job. Gigi also said, thought I took some help from ChatGPT, but most of the code and structure is set up by me. Not fully satisfied, but relieved that finished. That's very, very nice. And I'm happy for your achievement. That's great. You can check these things right here, guys. Maybe they might help you. I don't know exactly. But yeah, hold on. Now, what I wanted to see if I can drag, but I don't think so. Anyways, I also liked this one. This is for like a racing car game. High Road and Space Journey. I liked this one. This is my favorite from what he showed us because I already showed you the one with the astronaut. So maybe this can go hand in hand with that. So it actually might be very, very interesting and useful, I would say. Sort of a No Man's Sky, but with low poly texture, not the 3D ultra realistic one. That's pretty dope. Okay, so now let's get Mark step was complete. Nice. And let's go to the fourth one. For those who don't know, it was a very beautiful artwork just by these simple shapes. Exactly, right? I really, really like it. Did you do any game harsh or are you thinking about your first game or something like that? What I wanted to show you guys was this one. Maybe you saw me playing this game. So right now the course that we are watching is from the creator of this game, which in my opinion is very beautiful. The story is very strong also. So yeah, you can see how it looked. By the way, I was sick there, so hard life back then. But yeah, it looked nice. We had all these visuals that I liked. And now he's gonna show us how he made it using only assets actually. Um, and what he said previously is that he built this game in 18 months. First three. Yeah, yeah, GG, exactly. So that's pretty nice to build a whole game within 18 months. It's a game that took me, I think, 2 hours and a half to play or something like that. So it was a pretty good game. So let's see. I'm really curious how he made it.
By now you know how much I love stock assets. Hopefully you also know how important it is to make them your own. Well, what do I mean by that? With framework assets, it's not as important that you edit the source code and make it different because no one will notice or care. However, artwork is different. In one screenshot, the artwork can communicate an epic story told over thousands of years, which immediately grabs you. It can also grab you by the shoulders and yell, "Look how much fun and chaotic this is!" It probably takes 8 seconds to read the short Steam description of a game, but one screenshot tells you 100 times more information in 3 seconds. More importantly, it's a reflection of who you are. Why would people play your game if it's not from you? Aristotle once said, "The aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance." You show the world the significance of your game with the artwork first, and then the story. Focusing on those two things is a proven combo which will draw people in. Maybe you've noticed I haven't used the word unique to describe making your art. That's because a big part of finding an audience is reminding gamers of the things they already love. I can't tell you how many news articles and comments I saw which said the same thing. The first tree is like Journey plus foxes. I was okay with that and actually honored that people drew the comparison. I didn't set out to copy.
You know what I want to do? I want to take this one and move it right here so it won't bother you while we have the caption.
Journey, but it was a strong influence, and it inspired me to make a similar game with my own creative twist. Just the thought of those two things being combined immediately grabbed people's attention. It reminds me of this comic by Shen, who joked that art which was too weird or experimental was usually ignored. But when two different but popular things were combined, people...
JJ said, if I am being honest, David is talented but was lucky with the first three. That's true. But the thing is, I mean, of course, maybe luck. I don't know if you ever watched videos with him. He used marketing as a main tool for his game. He literally published photos on Reddit, on 9gag, like he did all this marketing by himself for the game, which in my opinion was very, very useful. DJ also said he posted his beautiful game snippets on Reddit or something exactly, and it blew up. So you know, yeah, that's what he did. So this makes sense. Also, I think this is still in your way. I think it should be like this. So now it should be okay.
People hailed it as creative genius. This is definitely true for games, and it applies not only to gameplay, but the art style as well. Naturally, I don't want anyone to plagiarize artwork, but there's a reason artists use picture references, complementary colors, and contrast. It's because it works, and it looks amazing. If you're just starting out, following the basic art rules will help you a ton, even if it looks similar to other games. Also, if you've been doing the exercise found in the idea module by looking at new game releases every day, you'll know what resonates with people and what doesn't. Finally, an environment asset pack you found can put you on the right track for making consistent art direction. All of these things can help you find your art's voice. The best way I can show you is to walk you through the beginning of the first tree's development. At this point, I only had the idea in my head, and I had paid for the main assets I'd be using, namely the stylized nature pack by Michael Gustafson and the Fox model by 3D Toon Studios. I'll be working quickly in this video to focus on the principles at hand, but if you want a normal speed development process from beginning to end, be sure to check out the Let's Dev module. One of the first things I did back then was make the fox fit into the environment. I opened up the demo scene it came with and dropped the fox in there.
Oh my god, we can see the old version of Unity here. It looks so different now.
It's funny to think this now, but originally I thought the game would have a watercolor aesthetic, so I decided to import the textures to my iPad Pro and hand paint it using Procreate. I spent a good few hours on it, and afterwards I decided it didn't work with the environment at all and threw it out. That experiment helped me realize why the environment pack was so striking by itself. There were smooth gradients, flat angular shapes, and saturated colors. So instead of using my iPad, I opened the PNG file in Photoshop and just started painting over the unwrapped texture. I used the Quick Select tool and used very saturated oranges with dabs of darker hues to create soft brushstrokes on the fox. I used the polygonal lasso tool to create—
That's smart. Harsh asked me, hold on, I have to plug my PC. This happens on every live stream. I don't know why so fast, but anyway. Is there any upcoming project you are working on? I don't really like to give spoilers in general, but the thing is, I love to try new things more than anything, so expect something interesting. Yeah, and I'm planning to work more on the astronaut game. Hold on, JJ said but, and a huge but. His game lacks game progression and direction skills. It's better if we only listen his advice, mostly on marketing and art skills. I see. Yeah, but the thing is, we also got a lot of things to learn from, even though he's not that experienced in the field. I mean, all the assets that he gave, I saved them in my Unity uh, private list, so that's pretty useful. Harsh always said previous Unity version was less confusing compared to today's version. Really? It was less confusing? How so? I didn't know because imagine I told you I first got into Unity this January, so I didn't even use the previous one. It just felt like, you know, I said it's different just by referring to the design. It's like comparing Windows XP with Windows 11 or something like that, at least in my head.
Angular shapes near her eyes and made sure to draw in the rest of the body parts. This is the final texture used in the game. Pretty simple, right? It was nice having the environment pack as kind of an artistic measuring stick. After I saved it, I went back to Unity and waited for the texture to update, and it still didn't look great. The standard shader it came with worked great for a photorealistic fox with normal mapped fur, but I needed a more vibrant, minimalistic look. I also remembered another game I really loved a while back called Okami, and how the painterly art style.
It looks nice, like the camera and everything. Let's check it out if it's on Steam. I'm curious. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay, good to know. Very good looking.
Employed a toon cel-shaded type of look. I removed the normal maps and just started experimenting with the default Unity shaders until I found the toonlit shader. I remember thinking, wow, this actually looks like a character who belongs in this world. I decided to move on and focus on the environment. So the first color palette I made was actually.
Fun fact, JJ said David was from architecture background, so he used those skills to design the beautiful scenery. Yes, I know. I watched David in a podcast and in multiple videos, but it's very good that you said this here because people that are watching right now, they might didn't know. So thank you for that.
Actually the second level in the game, the Chartreuse Plains. Remember how I said that artists normally use picture references, complementary colors, and strong contrast in their work? Well, that's what I did here, and it worked out pretty well. Here's the reference picture that inspired me. It truly gave the level a direction I couldn't have found otherwise. I loved how much contrast there was with the dark trees in the sky. The strong yellows and dark browns made a great backdrop for the fox.
It's so interesting that he actually took a real life photo, or at least this is how it looks, and try to remake it in Unity.
I made it my goal to try to recreate that picture's feeling inside Unity. The first thing I did was modify the ground texture to match that dark brown found in the reference photo. I also messed with the terrain shader and found a metallic shine which looked cool. Next, I placed some trees using the Unity terrain editor and tried to match that bold yellow on the leaves. With this specific environment pack, I could actually change the leaves inside the Unity editor, but normally you have to take a texture into Photoshop to modify it. I did the same thing with the grass texture. I changed the color to a type of golden wheat so that the dark ground would peek through occasionally. Underneath the trees, I would decrease the grass density, but in the fields it was mostly golden grass being moved by the wind. Unity does the hard work of adding color variety to each plane of grass, which adds contrast and color. After I was satisfied with the trees and the grass, I played with the directional light so that the strong shadows would be cast on the ground. There are sliders for shadow darkness and light intensity, so I just experimented until it felt right. I also added a lens flare, which seemed to annoy some people online, but I loved how cinematic it made it feel. Next, I knew I needed some clouds in the distance, but I
With a problem in world design, Harsh said, and level design. I don't understand how to scale my world or level. Can you please give some help? Um, what do you mean exactly by scaling your world? If you guys know and got his point and what Harsh means, feel free to answer his question as well. Don't perceive it as a question only for me, perceive it as a question for everyone that's watching right now. In world design and level design. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean by scaling that. Do you mean that you are not very content with the design and you want to scale it like to make it look better, or
didn't have time to paint an entire skybox, so I went to, you guessed it, the asset store. I actually found an amazing free asset called Fantasy Skybox.
you mean how to scale my map? I mean, there's an option in Unity, just scale the object. If you mean, hold on. So if you search for that, you can watch YouTube tutorials. That's what I'm doing most of the time if I have a question. But what I was trying to find. Hold on, where is it? How to design actually. Every problem that you have, that's what I'm doing. Every problem that I have, I search for it online, mostly on YouTube, because it's easier for me to see. I'm a visually learning person. I'm not that good with learning by hearing. I'm good with learning by seeing. So that's what I'm doing. If I don't know, if I don't find what I need on YouTube, I'm asking ChatGPT for that. But keep in mind, ChatGPT won't give you images or stuff unless you pay for the pro version, I think. Scale a map in Unity. The thing is, with the design, you have to find your style, because once you see what you like, you don't have to make a game and to think about like, are people gonna like it? No, if you're gonna like it because it's your game, then your people are gonna find you. But you have to be very happy with what you did and feel comfortable with it, because if you don't, people can feel that. You know what I mean? So just search for YouTube tutorials. If you're not able, as I said, ask ChatGPT. You can join my community, my Discord. Actually, you know what you can do? You can join my Discord server. I will put a link right now, and you can ask that. I got here the memes Unity Unreal Godot. You can ask in the Unity section your question, because that's the purpose of this one right here. So that's what we are going to do. Um, I can do it right now. I can put my link of my Discord server. Hold on, just give me 1 second. So I'll try to move as fast as I can to copy the link of it and paste it in the comments. One moment. Okay, great. And here and like this. Nice. Okay. So pin message. Feel free to join the Discord server and ask it there.
I imported that and
Thanks for your consideration. You are very welcome. Happy to help. If, of course, I know the answer. If I don't want to say something wrong. So, yeah, maybe I mean, not maybe. 100% there are people that have more experience than me, so they can answer your question.
adjusted the tint setting. I thought
But it's very good that you are asking. It means that you are persistent in what you're doing. So, all the respect for that.
a complementary color to the fox would look great, so I went for an emerald green. I remember thinking how nice it was that the emerald green worked so well with the bright yellow. It was just something that worked by accident, like a lot of creative work. Next were the fine detailed touches, which actually added a lot to the scene in retrospect, especially with the minimalistic art style. I added some air particles which came with the pack, added some falling yellow leaf particles which emitted from the trees, and also some sun shaft particles near the trees as well to imitate volumetric light. I added some fog to give the impression of atmospheric haze, then went to the camera post-processing filters for some final touches. I added a vignette, a bloom, and a sun shaft effect. And there we have it, the second level of the first tree. Maybe it's a bit overwhelming seeing all the work done at once, but remember, for you it doesn't have to be one of 5 levels. You have an entire environment and a striking art direction ready to use. You could start and finish an entire game using this level alone. The amount of time you save by leveraging stock assets is astronomical. I know making a game can be overwhelming, but remember to ask yourself, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So that does it for part 1 of modifying assets for Unity. I hope it shows you how fun and creative the process can be. I'm willing to bet your best game ideas will come while you're in the thick of things, trying to figure out how your game will look and control. If you want a further look into the process of making a game step by step, be sure to check out the Let's Dev module.
Okay, nice. Now we don't have any links here to check. Mark this one as complete, and let's move on to the next video. modifying art assets and making them yours. Let's go. We got here some stuff to check after.
Alright, so you've seen how I modified the stock assets that make up the core of the first tree. When it comes to key art ingredients like your main character and the environment, I think it's wisest to put most of your time into those. However, a lack of time and burnout are real problems I want everyone to avoid. The way I saved my sanity on my projects was knowing when to use shortcuts wisely. The asset store can be a wise shortcut, and staying committed to a small game idea is even wiser. In this video, I'll talk about some other tips I used to create my game's world when I was short on time and energy. Tip number 1, Photoshop filters can be your friend. In the first tree, there are lots of abandoned objects scattered around the world which add to the lonely, dreamlike atmosphere. The objects needed to fit into that stylized look, so I experimented with Photoshop filters to make them seem colorful and hand-painted. I would convert the textures using either the cutout or paint daub filters and do a bit of correction work. It usually took me no more than 10 minutes. A great place to find free excellent textures is textures.com. I can't tell you.
Textures.com. I think it's here. Nice, okay. This is great actually. Maybe we can check them right now. Unity. Did it save them? Come on. Blender, we already know Blender, of course, is the basic link. Pro Builder in Unity. I'll save this one. And mix. Yeah, Unity. Nice. Okay. We can save this one as well. Let's get back to our video.
How many objects in my game use modified textures from here? Another example of getting economical with public assets is Jamie Fristrom's title Energy Hook, a trick-based swinging action game. He found a huge library of free 3D buildings on the Google SketchUp warehouse and imported them into Unity.
Nice.
Normally the textures were horrible, so he would either A, throw them out and redesign them completely, or B, use Photoshop filters to match his game's toon aesthetic. Naturally, there were huge downsides to this strategy, like the fact that SketchUp models are woefully unoptimized, and also that some of the licenses were ambiguous, but allowed him to finish his game by himself without hiring an artist. He went on to earn $40,000 with his Kickstarter, and he released on PC and PS4. Tip number 2, don't be afraid to modify 3D models. If you haven't played with Blender before, it can be extremely overwhelming. I still don't know a fraction of what I should know for being a game developer, but I know it's easy to break 3D files. However, it's not too hard to do small modifications. Take for instance the rocks in my game. I wanted to add a platforming section so the fox could scale this cliff, but I wanted the flat surfaced rocks to match the other rocks in the game. All I did was import the rock model into Maya, or in this case, I'll use Blender 2.8, which is amazing and free, and I switched it to vertex mode. I used the orthographic side view to get a good view of the pointed faces, and I just brought each vertex down one by one. Bam! I had a flat rock that was easy for the fox to jump onto. Tip number 3, use quick and easy in-editor tools like Pro Builder. In my mind, the only wrong way to make a game is to not finish it. So the less time you spend trying to master complex external tools like Maya and ZBrush, the better. Of course they are important and useful, I'm not saying they're bad, but my main theory behind Game Dev Unlocked is that they're so overwhelming and overkill that they scare away newcomers. Pro Builder creates environments fast inside Unity, and it's free. Sure, there are limitations, but remember that limitations can enhance your project with a bit of imagination. Just look at Superhot, which took place in textureless rooms made with Pro Builder and gave the game its killer aesthetic. Tip number 4, use animation libraries like Mixamo. So, to add some context to this tip, A big question I get asked is, how do you find character animations if you can't animate? First off, this is why I encourage newcomers to make a first-person or minimalistic mobile game if it's your first time, because making characters come to life is hard. You can literally spend your entire life learning the art of animation. For a first-person game, animating a door opening is extremely different than animating a fox. I actually ran into those animation problems big time, and it's still the biggest criticism I see in reviews. Even though the Fox asset I bought came with animations, they weren't as polished as I would have hoped, and I wasted weeks trying to improve them because it only came with baked animations instead of the rig. Basically what I'm saying is, making your own character animations might be more trouble than it's worth, especially if you haven't animated before. With that being said, if you subscribe to Adobe Creative Cloud, there's an incredible resource you can use called Mixamo, aka Adobe Fuse. One of the great features in Unity is it automatically creates an animation rig if a character is roughly the shape of a human called a humanoid avatar. With the rig ready to go, all you need to do is import the animations found on the Mixamo website, and now you have some professional animations. For the last level of the first tree, the graphical style changed in this epilogue, and I wanted to show the character Rachel sleeping in bed while the player woke up and explored. I used Fuse to create the character along with choosing her articles of clothing, and I used the Save to Mixamo button. On the website, I found a sleeping animation I liked and downloaded the FBX file. I imported that, made sure the humanoid avatar and textures were set up correctly, and set up the animator controller in Unity so it would loop indefinitely. And that was it! A small touch that added a lot to the final product. So those are my 4 tips for modifying assets in a wise and economical fashion. Remember that these tools are there to help you tell your unique story and your unique game. And I found that's what matters most to players. While it is fun to dip your toes into these artistic disciplines like animation and texturing, it can take decades to master. Focusing solely on those things will prevent your game from being released, especially if you're a solo dev. It's a lot like the frequently asked question people post online. Should I use a game engine or make my own? Well, the answer is simple. If you want to make games, then make games, not engines. That applies to anything really. Make games, not animations. Make games, not textures. The goal is to start, finish, and launch your indie game, and you're going to need all the help you can get.
Yeah, nice. He's right. Let's go to the next one. Let's save these resources out here. It'll be color and everything in Unity. And we can go and watch the video.
Now you have a solid game idea, you have an interesting story outline, and you've looked through the asset store which will kick off production. As you know, the first 5 to 10 seconds someone looks at a game is crucial. You're not just competing against other small indie games, you're competing against amazing games that people are dying to play, so it needs to stand out and look professional and polished. For this lesson, I'm going to give you some high-level design tips so that your branding looks awesome. If you remember from the first module, you should be looking at the Steam new releases every day for inspiration and data gathering. Ask yourself, why does this game look so interesting? Why does the logo look so good?
It actually does. Oh, and it's only €2. Wow. 2020, interesting. Mixed reviews. But it looks very nice, actually.
Why did the colors pop out to me in the Steam capsule art? I studied film in college, so I had to teach myself the basic principles of good design. And this is exactly how I learned, by studying and breaking down why a good-looking logo looked good. These tips will help you get started. Tip number 1, use a lightweight, non-default font for your logo. The first tree's logo looks pretty modern and professional, even though it's very simple. First off, never use a default font. Can you imagine how the game would have come across if I used Times New Roman? It's overused and it looks amateurish. What I did is I went to defont.com, sorted by sans serif, and found one I liked called Petita. I actually used it for the rest of my game's menu and subtitle text, and that helped make the branding feel even more cohesive. I double-checked the license and took it into Adobe Illustrator and messed around. I also made sure to use the lightweight version. I used all caps, I increased the tracking, and presto, that looks pretty good for 5 minutes of work. Of course, you don't have to use a lightweight font, but modern design tends to lean towards that style. For my first game's logo, I actually did use a default Windows font, but I tried to decorate it using a free ornamental vector pack I found on Google, and I used an off-white cream color to help it feel a bit different. I messed around with the layout of the text until I found something I was happy with. Make sure it's legible even when scaled down very small. Tip number 2, put in the time to make excellent key art. It is the face of your game. It is a screenshot that is so perfect composition-wise, you want to use it for everything, including the figurative box art. Not only does it need to be striking and polished, there needs to be space to add your logo without crowding the subject. It's okay to spend days making the perfect key art image. It will be used everywhere from Steam capsule images to actual box art for a console release. Maybe you're a super talented illustrator who can draw up something for your key art, and that's awesome if you can do that. If you're like me, however, a solid screenshot might be all that you can do, and that can definitely work. If you need to, refer back to Module 1 where I talk about using art to stand out, because this definitely applies here. A few tips on making good key art. Monochromatic colors are your friends. Just look at the Firewatch images for a masterclass in color value and atmosphere. For the first tree, I got lucky color-wise due to my subject matter. I knew I wanted a fox exploring a forest. Since red and green are complementary colors, a fox standing in front of trees was immediately eye-catching. I had to do some fine-tuning in Photoshop and really make it pop. I shifted the hues and saturation a bit because as a basic rule, you want to keep away from primary colors. Instead of a green you would find in a crayon box, I went for a desaturated emerald green, and I ramped up the saturation of the fox as bright as it could go. I also darkened the edges, called vignetting, to focus the eye even more towards the center. It's small details like this which will set you apart from the crowd. If you're looking for inspiration on what color combination to use, let me introduce you to your new best friend, Adobe Color. This amazing resource can really help you determine a striking art direction to take. Not only is there a color wheel which can show you complementary colors, there's also the amazing Explore section which gives you beautiful photos and the accompanying color palettes to use. If you can incorporate colors like that into the environments of your game, and thus the key art, you are already light years ahead of the other indie games on Steam. Tip 3. This might sound a bit random, but search for cool Photoshop art brushes. What I've learned in design is that the default set of anything is usually bad, and that includes default fonts, default Unity assets, and default Photoshop brushes. The most talented artists I know have huge collections of assets with them at all times, and that includes things like grunge textures, vector shape libraries, and yes, good brushes. I imagine the great painters of today have huge studios where all of their tools and materials are available when inspiration hits. I imagine it took them a while to collect and afford all of those materials, and digital artists are like that too, only their tools and materials reside on a hard drive. If you're just starting out, that's okay. Do some Googling, use this online course as a resource, perhaps enroll in other digital art-focused courses, and start collecting cool stuff so you can make cool stuff. For example, let's say the style of your game has a light-hearted handmade aesthetic, and the title is something like A Wayfaring Duck. I just made it up, so let's go with that. I need to make a smaller capsule graphic for Steam, so my key art screenshot won't really work in such a small image. Now, I want something organic and painterly, so let's search for watercolor Photoshop brushes. That one looks pretty good. Okay, this one looks really high quality. Let's give this one a try. Okay, the license seems like it's okay for commercial use. You import Photoshop brushes by clicking on the brush window and going to the small drop-down menu in the corner. Click on Import Brushes and find your file, and now they should populate inside your brush list. Now, I found this color palette on Adobe Color that I really like. It evokes the feeling I want to go for with this story-driven duck game. I found this font on dafont.com in the handwritten section, which I really like, called Chemplu. I was thinking of doing watercolor dabs using those colors I like, and just using the font for my logo, maybe change the color of the word duck to yellow, complementary colors and all that. Maybe change up the font tracking and the layout. Alright, not bad. Probably for a bigger Steam capsule I would use my key art from my game, but this works and looks fairly professional. Naturally, every game's visual style will be different. Just look at Inside, where its gloomy atmosphere is carried by volumetric light, weather, and grays. So be sure to study the successful games you aspire to be like, and add your own creative twist. I hope this gives you some idea on how you can really make your games stand out with branding alone. Of course, it's a small part of the whole game making process, but it's so essential when you have only 5 to 10 seconds to convince a passerby that your game is worth playing.
Sound design and music. Okay, this is pretty cool, guys. I'll be back as soon as possible. I have to do something that won't take that long. Make sure you stay here.
It's funny because it's true.
Okay, I am back. Let's watch it. Maybe we can check first additional links so I can save them tools maybe in Unity. Unity. Let's go. Which one was it? It wasn't this. And then, okay, we checked this. Yeah. See, we already put this one. Audio jungle. Okay. This one as well. Unity. Let's jump into the video. One, 20, okay.
When people think of a great game, they consider the gameplay, the story, and the graphics, but sound design is usually left out for some reason. Audio is a huge part of the experience, and it shouldn't be ignored. While I would say it's something that can come later, since your main goal should be pumping out silent GIFs, sound design and music can make all the difference regarding how the world receives your game. It communicates high production value when the sound effects feel right. And in my case, the music can emotionally charge a story and take it from an okay game to a highly recommended one. If you're on a budget, I have good news for you. freesound.org has countless sound
Thank you very much, Twin Knight, for subscribing.
effects which are under public domain or Creative Commons license. Most of the sounds from my 2 games are from this website, occasionally with some custom mixing on my part. I will say I had to get good at sifting through the low quality sounds, but the good ones are there, it just takes some practice searching for them. I usually found the most success searching for organic or natural sounds and sorting by most downloaded. For instance, I wouldn't search for game jump, since that would return lots of bad 8-bit glitch sounds. Instead, I would search for wind gust or wood impact and find something that sounded professional and real. Here's an example of how I created the sound used when the fox collected a star. I knew I wanted something natural, as if it was from an acoustic instrument, nothing digital or synthesized, so I went to freesound.org and searched for terms like bell and chime. I found a nice single ring of a sleigh bell, but it sounded too normal and dry. What I wanted was something almost ethereal with a lot of depth. So I took the sound file into Adobe Audition and went through the effects list. There were lots of different cool things I could use, like chorus and echo, but what I wanted was studio reverb. I played around with the settings and found a nice sound I was happy with. It still needed a little something, so I searched for wind gust, found a quick whoosh sound I was happy with, and took that into Audition. I wanted to add a low frequency aspect to make the chime seem less tinny, so I adjusted the bass levels with the parametric EQ effect. Finally, I layered it on top of the chime, adjusted the volume levels, and there I had it, my star collectible sound. While there are plenty of places to find free sound effects like Reddit or Zapsplat.com, sometimes you need a beautiful sound effect for crucial moments in your game. In those cases, it can be worth the money to get something really good. There are subscription services like SoundSnap, which give you unlimited downloads for a subscription fee. But for me, I didn't want to spend that much money, especially if I could find most of my sounds for free. However, they can be a great resource if you have the budget. You can also find plenty of sound effect packs on the Unity Asset Store, and usually they have previews of what you're buying, which can be super useful. For me, the best website to find rare and high quality sounds is Pond5. There were parts of my game where a scene was greatly helped by high-quality ambient sounds, so I would definitely spend a few dollars in those instances. A good example is the 4th level where the fox finds herself lost in an endless shallow lake. I wanted a strong wind combined with gentle waves splashing, and I made that sound happen for about $5. Another reason I love Pond5 is it's where I found the gorgeous music by Josh Kramer, a composer based out of Turkey. All I had searched for was emotional piano music, and when I clicked on some of the results, his music instantly stood out. It sounded like a real orchestra, like something Thomas Newman would compose for a big Hollywood movie. $35. At this point, you have dozens of emails from hopeful composers looking for work.
I don't want to get a copyright, so this is why I'm
composers are in a harder
skipping.
position because I couldn't believe the amount of requests I was getting. I even received an email from someone who had already made music for my game and was ready to partner. It was extremely good, and I was tempted to make a deal with him. However, you have to remember that I considered game development a hobby project that probably wouldn't make any money, so I couldn't justify spending tens of thousands of dollars on a custom musical score. I also didn't want to give away revenue share since I didn't want to worry about running an investment business, I just wanted to make a game. The answer was using lesser known, good stock music on Pond5. Instead of tens of thousands of dollars, I paid $250 for a complete orchestral score that 100% contributed to my game's success. Without that music, the game wouldn't have worked. Pure and simple. It also helped Josh's career and build a much larger audience than he had before. I can guarantee you that there's a Josh Kramer waiting for you out there who will elevate your game without spending a fortune. You could also just download his music yourself and use it for your game, because that's the nature of stock assets. Anyone can use them. That can obviously be a drawback with these resources, but I don't think it's as big of a problem as everyone says. There is just so much high quality music out there that there's definitely something for everyone. All of the composers who emailed me were quick to remind me that with stock music, you won't have repeating motifs and that anyone can repurpose your soundtrack for their game. And they're right, those are legitimate complaints, but I figured if my game did well financially, then I would have the money to hire a composer for my next game. Keeping your budget and ideas realistic is key when focusing on the goal, which is to finish your game, imperfections be damned. On these stock music and sound websites, you will have to sift through the crap, and there's a lot of it. For my teaser trailer, it took a couple of hours to find the perfect song on Audio Jungle. It was worth it though, because that music really connected with people emotionally, and it made them invested in this fox's journey. For only $20, it was money well spent. Maybe you're a composer and sound designer yourself, and so none of this is a problem for you. If so, just remember how much work is needed for a game, and if there's any way to speed up production including using stock music, it's wise to use it.
Let's check the resources first. We know Fiverr already. We know Upwork. What is this? I don't know what's this. This is like a contract already. Wow. Okay, interesting. We can save this one. I didn't even know Unity has these badges and these things right here. It's just great, honestly. Unity Essentials. Wow. That's so nice. Amazing. It's just amazing, honestly. Unity Learn. Yeah. Okay.
So, I've talked a lot about how awesome stock assets are and how much time and money they can save you, but there will probably come a time when you have some money saved up and you need some nice custom game assets, whether it be code, character designs, or voice actors. While my main goal during development was to stay independent by using assets as often as possible, there were times I needed something special. The big one was hiring an old programmer friend to create the special online portion of the first tree's ending. Using Unity's web retrieving commands, I wanted players to submit a written statement to the first tree, which was sent to an online database on my server. That way, during the epilogue of the game, the player would see another player's written statement on the tree right before the ending. It was a gameplay experiment that tied into the themes of the story, and it was important to me that it worked right. I asked my friend to help with the PHP and Unity scripts so it would fetch a random, moderated statement, and he got it working. It was definitely something I could not have done myself, so sometimes hiring a contractor is the only way to go. Along with friends, don't be afraid to get creative with hiring help. For home, I knew voice acting would bring the production quality up to a new level, but I also couldn't afford a real actress along with paying for professional sound recording. I had to get creative, and this is where the true do-it-yourself spirit of indie games shines through. I asked my friend, who was an audio recording guru, if I could borrow his nice microphone and preamp for the week. Next, and this part took some convincing, I asked my wife if she would do the voice acting. I knew she hated acting, but she also had a great voice for this character, and I liked the idea of involving family for this game about family. It took some practice, and we had to redo the lines a few times, but it worked out way better than I expected. Even the Steam reviewers couldn't tell she wasn't a professional voice actress, and she later got requests from other developers to be in their games. It was an awesome, inexpensive setup that later led to her and myself doing the voice acting in the first tree, which also worked well and saved money. Maybe you don't have an old programmer friend or family member you can just call up to do game work, and in that case, the internet has got you covered. Here are 3 places you can find help for your game online. Number 1, Unity Connect. If you're using Unity, a great place to find help is on the job listing section on their website. Even if you're not using Unity, you're sure to find lots of listings for artists or composers here too. You can post a job request, or you can look for a
But hold on, we've been to Unity Learn. I don't know if Unity Connect. So let's give it a try. Non-profit, I would say, I think. Oh, yeah. Just wait a second. I have to apply for it. Okay. Maybe it's not the time right now.
person with a specific skill set. Overall, it's a well-curated place to find real professionals, although you'll need the budget to afford them. Number 2, Game Dev Classifieds subreddit. This is more of a grassroots type of group, but this is where you can find help in a more casual environment. It's easy to make an account and at least ask around. You might even get advice on how to tackle your game dev problem. Although paid jobs are always taken more seriously, you may find people willing to work for revenue share of your project, but in my experience, that almost always leads to unfulfilled tasks and dropouts. I would encourage you to pay someone if you actually want it done, because A, you will stay independent and committed to your vision, and B, the only person who truly cares about finishing your game is you. Number 3, Fiverr. This website can either be a lifesaver or a waste of time and money, but I'm listing it because I actually had a good experience with a voice actor I hired. For a secret ending, I wanted a new character to give a small monologue as a reward to the player, but I needed it done quick and cheap. I wanted a male actor with a deep voice and found someone who did an amazing job, all for $50. There are tons of freelancers with various skills you can hire for next to nothing, but the quality can vary. If you use Fiverr for small things like images or short voiceovers, it will probably be an awesome resource. My last tip would be to always use contracts when hiring freelancers or other people on the internet. Family and friends you can normally trust, but even then a contract doesn't hurt. Starting off, I normally kept email agreements for various assets, which isn't wise. The very least you can do is use a website called Do Contract. This awesome tool by Adrian de Jong makes a rudimentary PDF that both parties can sign, just in case some legal entanglements happen. It's unlikely in my experience, but it's good to protect yourself. By far the most common legal story I hear about is when partners disagree with a game or a company's direction. If you're part of a game development team, then definitely sign contracts, and that includes publishers. Maybe even hire a lawyer to draft the agreement so it's bulletproof. Another common legal problem is when a developer uses art, sound, or music assets thinking they're not copyrighted, but they totally are. Remember to use prudence and wisdom when searching for public assets online, because even though that Pikachu model is ready to be downloaded on blendswap.com, it doesn't mean you can use it. So that sums up my tips for hiring help for your game. I'd encourage you to get creative and harness that scrappy artist spirit, because not only does it make it unique and you, but it can be a lot of fun. If you do need high quality custom code or art, don't scrimp on the cost either, because it can make a big difference on the final product.
Hello, Nauman, and welcome back on my live streams. How are you today? I don't know why my comment didn't display on the screen. I feel like it's sort of a standby option or something like that, because I feel like every time someone is not saying anything, it automatically deactivates itself or something like that. So maybe I can turn it on again. But let's jump into this one. Yeah.
when I started asking other developers their biggest problems with making a game, there was a single answer I kept hearing over and over again. David, how did you stay motivated? When I asked other devs to fill out my survey, it was by far the most common question I saw. Since it's such a concern for people, I decided to make a separate module about how to stay motivated, even when the project stops being fun and looks dead in the water. As for the first tree, there are 3 reasons I was able to finish it, even though it was probably the hardest creative project I had ever attempted. Reason number 1, I knew I could do it. How did I know? Well, I had already released my first game, Home is Where One Starts. Well, how did I finish that game? It all started with a lot of inspiration. Not only had I played a lot of small experimental indie games like Dear Esther, I had also just seen Indie Game the Movie at the Sundance Film Festival. After the showing, and if you haven't seen it, you have to, it's incredible. Jonathan Blow was in the audience taking questions. A person stood up and asked him how to get people interested in his game. Blow asked him, well, is your game done? And the guy said, no. Blow responded with, well, nothing can happen until you finish your game. So finish it, no matter what. That answer told me what I needed to do was finish my game for me and not for everyone else. It also told me how important it was to finish something, even if it was small. I used the tips I talk about in the idea module and decided I would make something small, inexpensive, and simple so I could actually finish it. That's why I encourage everyone here to keep their first game small and simple and actually go through the steps of releasing it. It will teach you tons and will motivate you for your next project. Reason number 2, I compromised my vision. Now, I'm sure some of you don't like the sound of that, but I don't mean it as a lack of artistic integrity kind of thing. What I mean is if you're a solo dev or even part of a small team, you need the wisdom to know what in reality you can or can't accomplish. For me, there was finite time and money, and I also treated my motivation as an expendable resource too. Sometimes it hurt and was a bit embarrassing, but I knew I couldn't make the perfect game and I couldn't work on it forever. For instance, when I exhibited my game at PAX West in the Indie Mega Booth, I had an opportunity to show it to a big indie superstar. I won't say who, but he's a genius who's won countless awards and made a lot of money, so naturally I was very nervous to talk to him, but I wanted his feedback. He played it, and he gave me tons of constructive criticism, stating ways the controls could handle better and how I really needed an edge-grabbing mechanic with the rocks. After he finished playing, he actually looked at my booth sign and noticed my game was coming out in 2 weeks. Said it right there. He said, now I feel like a jerk. I didn't know you were pretty much done. I laughed and told him it's okay and that I would still be improving it after launch and thanked him for his help. Even though I totally agreed with his feedback, I knew it just wasn't feasible with my skill set and my burnout. I was in danger of never releasing my game if I didn't compromise the small parts, and to me that was the biggest threat. Reason number 3, I kept a schedule. It was hard working on my game with kids and a job, but I found small brain hacks that seemed to keep me working consistently. Because my wife needed time to work on her artwork during the day, she hired a neighborhood teen to watch our kids while she worked. We were able to time it so I could get some time to work on my game right after I got back from my day job at 5:30 p.m. Sometimes it was only 30 minutes, maybe it was an hour, but right there I was able to fit some time in after thinking about my game all day. I would work in the evenings and weekends as well for a total of about 10 hours
Let's take a print screen of this. Maybe it will help
week.
us as well.
My life motto, which got me through development, was never have a 0%
Yeah, this is also cool. I agree with it.
day. I worked on it every day, even when I didn't want to and I hated it. Playing games and watching TV had to wait because I had a strict schedule that protected me from losing motivation and I didn't want to screw it up. As a final side note, what helped me to work on it every day was loving the idea. I was passionate about the story and I knew it could emotionally affect people and maybe even make them cry in a good way. Mostly I just really wanted people to experience that because I believed in it. If this helps at all, please know you are not alone. Making a game is hard. I almost couldn't do it, and it stopped being fun very quickly, but it was worth it. I believe in you, and you can do it, and I'll be going more in depth with these strategies in this module, and I hope you find something that can help you stay motivated.
Yeah, that's cool. And this is the last one, apparently. Wow. Didn't expect it. But this hour, I feel like it was very, very rich in terms of resources and help and advice and a lot of stuff. We learned a lot of stuff from David, and that's great. Feel free to sign up for his course or newsletter or whatever you want because it's very, very useful what he's doing. And let's watch the last one as well.
When I created the survey about Game Dev Unlocked, I was surprised when I saw the responses for the question, what things do you want to learn about the most? The least common answer was how to come up with a good game idea, while the common questions like how to market and how to find time were all there and accounted for. Seeing those survey results taught me a lot because it was a sign that new game developers don't realize that all of those common problems come from a single source, the game idea. Your original game idea.
Hey Norman, what you up to? What I'm up to, you mean like right now or with my game?
And your ability to pivot during development will be your biggest indicator of success. In the official Game Dev subreddit survey, over 650 people participated, and some of the results probably describe you. A majority of them are solo developers, with most of them just starting their first projects. The most surprising thing to me, though, is that almost 50% of the entire community hadn't even released a game yet. To me, that is bonkers. Going from start to finish with at least one micro game project can teach you so much. It builds your confidence and tells you where your weak spots are.
Right now, end your game. Right now, we will finish this course. I have a lot of other courses. I don't know if we should do them today. Maybe we can do that as well. We can watch a few more because these aren't that long. And with my game, I'm still trying to figure out if I should maybe work by myself and do sort of like a weekly update with what I added in my game or actually do live streams while I'm working. I'm still trying to see which one is the best approach. By the way, if you will hear anything weird, it's because there's a train nearby.
So you know when to enlist help from friends or the asset store. I'm convinced people aren't finishing games because their game ideas are too big and they don't know how to pivot and make their games smaller during production. That's why your first game idea is so essential. Going back to my survey, what if I told you that you could set yourself up for successful marketing, art, launch, everything, just by making sure your game idea...
If you can live stream it, do it. Should I? Should I do live streams? I'm thinking about it. Maybe it's gonna be fun for you. I mean, I don't know how fun it's gonna be to watch, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna keep me consistent in working and what I'm doing, while being live. Like I can distract myself from that. So yeah, maybe I should do it this way.
idea is solid. By solid, I mean the things I talked about in the first module. Is it a small, simple game in which you can put your own personal touch on it? That idea will determine if you're even able to finish your game. And don't forget that Venn diagram by Ryan Clark. Get your game idea as close to the middle as possible. So to answer that mysterious question, why do so many developers...
Let's get back to the circle.
That mysterious question, why do
Wait.
So to answer that mysterious as possible.
Want to make, able to make, will make enough money. Interesting way of thinking.
So to answer that mysterious question, why do so many developers lose motivation and stop working on their game? It's because making a small game is like pushing a big rock up a hill. It's incredibly hard and it takes a ton of time, but it's possible. But when you have an excited newcomer who wants to make the next Skyrim, that's more like pushing a rock up Mount Everest. I think the majority of people don't realize how much work goes into even the simplest games. When they start their dream project, they learn how long it takes to do the smallest things. They take a look up the mountain and they're demoralized. Why push that rock at all when getting to the top looks impossible? The good news is that the size of the mountain is up to you. cut your game idea in half. Then cut it in half again. Make it small enough so the top is in sight and you don't get demoralized. Remember, every small hill you conquer makes you stronger for the next hill. Maybe one day you'll truly be ready to make your dream game, and by then you'll be strong and wise enough to see it to the end. My games weren't perfect when I decided to launch them, and some of the Steam reviews agree with that. However, I felt they were presentable and that they told a fulfilling story from beginning to end. That was enough for people overall to recommend the game, and that was good enough for me. Some say that perfect is the enemy of good, and that certainly applies to game development.
I like that one. Perfect is the enemy of good. That's a pretty nice one.
And that certainly applies to game development. I'm glad I was able to cut out certain puzzles that were giving me grief, or stop wasting time on a jump animation when it was tolerable. If I hadn't, my life would have never changed when I released my game. So that's why I'm pleading with you. Finish your game, even if it means cutting that mountain in half. Be sure to check out GameDevUnlocked.com where you can find free apps.
It's amazing. Literally. I didn't even know Unity has courses itself. Like, that's just great. Okay. Was this helpful? Yes. Well structured. Feedback. Continue. We did it. Nice. So we finished this one. That's just great. My learning. I didn't even know, as I said. It's a good way. Okay, so what's this? Essentials, audio level, professional skills. Wow, interesting. Complete 11. Okay. In progress. We don't have any completed, right? Nice. One projects. And all these ones. Let's see what else do we have here on Unity Learn, because I'm very surprised. Imagine I was literally scrolling for a good photo to use it in my thumbnail today, and I bumped into this course, and I was like, oh my god, this is what I'm gonna do. Because first I was thinking about Thomas, but I had a lot of content from Thomas, and I felt like I want to see a different perspective of things, because if we are only watching one person, I don't feel like we are gonna have that much experience. This is why it's better to surround yourself with other people, not only one. So Unity Essentials, let's see. We got all these courses right here. I don't even know how are they.
Welcome to Unity Essentials.
That's so cool. Wow. Maybe we are gonna watch them later on. Mobile VR junior programmer. Ready to code in what? Let's see. With code with C# or what language? Oh wow. Oh my god. That's so cool. Good to know, guys. Good to know. Okay. But they don't say anything about, is it C#, is it C++? Which one do you think it is? Maybe she says something.
Welcome to the Junior Programmer Pathway. My name is Joy, and I'm one of your guides on this learning journey. The Junior Programmer Pathway was designed for people who want to learn how to code in Unity, but don't know where to start. If that sounds like you, you're in the right place. Here in Junior Programmer, you'll work through a total of 4 missions with 6 unique projects and many challenges along the way. In the first 2 missions, you'll learn the basics of coding with my co-host Carl, who will take you through creating your first 5 projects step.
Since it's Tuesday, it's going to be C#. Yeah, but you know what I found? I read something that you can also use C++ in Unity, and I was like, what? Since when?
Step by step in a watch then do format. He'll explain more once you get going. He's the best, so you're in good hands. Once you finish your missions with Carl, you'll head back over to me to work on your final project and learn some important programming theory. The challenge of the pathway will increase a little bit around the halfway point, but don't worry, you'll be more than prepared by the time it happens. If you ever run into trouble when working through the pathway, we have a dedicated learning group just for junior programmer.
Wow.
You could also leave comments and questions at each tutorial step, so help is available whenever you need it. We want to make sure that this pathway is a great experience for everyone. So please check out our community code of conduct that's linked at the top of every comment section and follow the guidelines that you find there. Together, we can create a great community that's welcoming to every kind of learner. In addition to having a collection of awesome projects that you could use for a portfolio, when you complete the pathway, you'll earn a badge that can be shared on social and professional networks. This will verify the skills that you learned in Junior Programmer. Sound good? Great. Let's get started.
It does, actually. It really does. Wow. I think we know what we are gonna do next. I really need this one, honestly. I don't know if today is the moment, like right now, but I will take a look. Oh, no one, you posted something. Hold on, I close it without looking. What is this, buddy? Does it have a sound? I don't think so. Let's see. Ooh. I am scared. I am scared. This is nice. This is very, very nice. Hold on, I will reply so they can all see. It's very nice. Congrats. Okay. Let's close this one. Yeah, I'm working on a multiplayer horror game. You mentioned it previously, and you also, I think you showed us while we were on the call, the map or something, but looks nice. Good job. Just wanted to show what I've come up with. That's very nice. That's very, very nice. Good job. You can feel free to do that. Like, this Discord server don't have any restrictions, so feel free to share literally anything related to this field, to game dev, so we can all learn something or find out, or yeah. Okay. Select your version. What's my Unity version? Good question. I think it's the latest one. I'm pretty sure. Maybe we can check it right now. Let's see. One eternity later. So installs, I think, 2022, and which one is it? 3 or 3? Yeah. Okay. So the latest one, basically. 3 minutes.
Welcome to this official course from Unity, where you will learn to create with code. My name's Carl, and I'll be your instructor, teaching, guiding, and challenging you every step of the way. I studied computer science and game development, and have been helping students create with technology for almost 10 years. And I am so excited to help you learn to code and achieve your goals. So what is the goal of this course? Well, it's pretty straightforward. It's for you to learn to code and create with Unity. That means it's not a history of programming course. It's not a theoretical course. It's a practical course to give you the foundation you need to be able to program whatever you want with Unity. With Unity, you can build applications for mobile, like iOS and Android, platforms like Windows and Mac, consoles like PlayStation and Xbox, VR and AR devices like Oculus and Google Cardboard, and a lot more. Think about it. Every app on your phone, every program on your computer, all the technology you interact with on a daily basis was made with code. And if you learn to create with code, You can help to build that technology instead of just using it. I'll be teaching you how to code in C#, one of
Nice.
the most
Okay.
popular and powerful programming languages in the world. So, as you are learning to create with code, you'll be doing so with Unity and C#, both in-demand, industry-standard skill sets. Now let's get into the details. How are you going to learn all of this? Throughout the course, we'll create 5 distinct prototypes together, coding every single line of C# from scratch. In each one of these prototypes, you'll learn critical new concepts, expanding and reinforcing your skill set with each new feature you add. After completing each prototype, I'll present you with a skill testing programming challenge and quiz where you can prove that you're ready to move on. And finally, throughout the course, you will also work on your own personal project that is completely and uniquely your own. You'll have lab time to come up with a design and concept for your project, plan it out, and build it. So by the end of this course, not only will you theoretically know how to create whatever you want with code, you'll have already done it. At the end of this course, you'll also be ready to take on the Unity Certified User Programmer exam. That's Unity's official stamp of approval, certifying that you know what you're doing. In this course, you will combine the knowledge of coding in C# with building in Unity, and in doing so, you will be able to create interactive, dynamic digital experiences. You can use these skills for game development, animation, storytelling, architecture, engineering, you name it. The sky's the limit. So let's start creating.
Okay. C++ in Unity, huh? JJ, what is up? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think it was a clickbait or something, but I swear to God, I read it somewhere and I remained shocked. I didn't press to read the whole thing. I was like, huh, okay. Watch, then do. Let's see.
Before you get started working on the course, there's something really important I have to tell you about how you should take this course. Even though it's just one little piece of advice I'm sharing here, it's so important that we made this entire video to tell you about it. So without further ado, here are the 3 most important words you'll need to know to succeed in this course. Watch, then do. This course is made up of a ton of videos that you will watch, where I'm showing you how to do cool stuff in Unity. But while the video's playing, just watch it. Then, after the video ends, you'll have the opportunity to do it yourself. Watch, then do. If you try to do what I'm doing while you're watching it, it'll be very difficult for 2 reasons. It'll be incredibly frustrating for you. You'll have to keep switching back and forth between the video and your project, not knowing when to pause, having to rewind all the time, being confused because you missed something, and basically just being super annoyed overall. And 2, in trying to do what I'm doing while I'm doing...
I wanted to press the space. JJ said a few years ago I watched a low resolution video guy using Python in Unity. Wow. So you can use other languages in Unity, right? It's not impossible.
You won't actually process or retain any information, since you'll be furiously clicking around where I click without understanding the broader context. After every video, there are step-by-step instructions outlining exactly what you need to do. So watch, then do. I'm telling you, in these early lessons especially, it's going to be tempting to ignore this advice. But you have to trust me on this. You'll get so much more out of this course and enjoy it so much more if you watch, then do. Watch, then do.
He said this, oh my god.
Then
Okay, fine.
I'm pretty sure you get the idea, so let's do it.
Okay. Nice. A structure install we already have. Fun fact, Unity older version supports JavaScript. Oh, so they removed it. Interesting. Before we begin, Unity Hub, Visual Studio Code Editor, if you're ready. like officially. Wow. It's weird, like instead of adding stuff, you're removing stuff. Why? Why would you do that? If you already have one of these versions of Unity installed with Visual, you can skip this tutorial. I think I do, yeah. Was completed. Download install Unity Hub. We have it. Install a new version of Unity. We have the latest version, I'm pretty sure. Accept, yes. Actually, newer than had this one, so yeah. Sign in. I am sign in, yes. Complete. Recap. We did this. This is no. They had both JavaScript and C#. They removed JavaScript support for some reason. Yeah, no, I got it. But like, why would they remove JavaScript? Okay. Continue. Completed. I completed. Okay. Nice. Go to next item. Unit 1 introduction. Okay. Let's see. How long is this one? 140.
Welcome to the very first unit of this course, where you will begin your journey creating with code. In this unit, we will create a driving simulator prototype where the user can steer a vehicle down a road to avoid obstacles in its path, or crash into them if that's more their liking. As you create this prototype,
Have you heard of Boo programming language? It supported that too. No, I haven't actually. Boo programming? Is it for horror games? I'm kidding. Let's see. With a language for .NET, which appeals to a variety of users due to its clean syntax and powerful. Interesting. I think I know the logo, but never used it, so yeah. Damn.
you will learn the programming fundamentals to implement player control. That is giving the player the ability to control an object in the world you've created. To accomplish this, you'll have to take some input from the player. Maybe they're pressing the arrow keys, using the mouse or a joystick, and translate that into some action in the 3D environment. I probably don't have to explain to you how important player control is. Pretty much every game or interactive experience ever made gives the player control over something in the environment. Otherwise, the player wouldn't have much to do. So whether you're floating a balloon up and down in the air from a side view, moving a character side to side from a top-down view, or rolling a ball around from a third-person view, all of these draw on the same foundational programming techniques. So you'll be able to take this element of player control and apply it to your own projects in all kinds of interesting ways. So let's start creating.
Okay, let's see. I don't know how much, guys, we are gonna do.
About to begin working on our very first prototype, where we'll make a vehicle that can drive down the road. To do this, we will create a project for the first time, use the Unity interface for the first time, import assets for the first time, and navigate the 3D environment for the first time. That's a lot of firsts, but don't worry. We're going to take things one step at a time. By the end of this lesson, you will have your first prototype with a vehicle and obstacle set up on the road. As you know, Unity is a powerful professional program with a ton of functionality. So when you open it for the first time, you may feel a little overwhelmed.
Follow this exact same course, and it is enough to learn all the basics of C# Unity. It's a great course, the only course you need for a beginner. Thank you so much for the encouragement. That means a lot. Yeah. Actually, I found it pretty useful. I don't know today how long I'm gonna be live still because I started I think 2 hours ago or something like that. And I also have other stuff to do today as well. But we can still, let's say I'm gonna close this live in 10 minutes or something like that, I think.
Overwhelmed by all of the windows and buttons and icons. But with a little time and practice, you'll be able to move around this interface with your eyes closed. After you're familiar with the layout, one of the most important skills we'll work on is navigating and positioning objects in the scene view. The scene view is the interactive environment where you can design your world in 3 dimensions. When you put your vehicle in the scene, for example, you can move it side to side on the x-axis, up and down on the y-axis, or forward and back on the z-axis. You can also rotate objects around each one of these axes, scale them on each of these axes. You can even view your object on each axis. You can think of Scene View as the movie set for your project, where you can see all the behind the scenes stuff that the audience won't necessarily see. And just like a movie set, you have a camera in your scene that you can position to show the player exactly what you want. In Unity, what you can see through the camera is called the game view, since it's the view that the player will have during the game. So for this prototype, we wouldn't want the camera here or here, so we'll position it behind and above the vehicle, giving the player a clear view of the road ahead. And to make all that happen, I'll see you in Unity.
Desktop, I'm going one most
I
up to
think
date. I'm just going, but don't worry, the interface. Now, if this is your first time seeing it, it may be a little intimidating with all of the different windows and buttons, but don't worry, we'll go through it in detail very soon. So for now, this is where I'll stop and let you create your own Unity project. Make sure to follow the steps below to create a folder to save all of your Unity projects, and then create your very first Unity project through Unity Hub.
let's create a new folder. That's what, oh, I said paste. Jesus. Okay, create with code. Open Unity Hub and select the projects tab. We did that. Select new. Okay. Select the 3D template. I think, which one? Which one? Universal 3D or 3D? Hold on, maybe he showed
On the
us.
correct version. For some organization, I'm going to create a new folder on my desktop. I right-click a new
Okay.
so that this is where all my desktop on Hub. However, the correct version of is create a new empty project called Prototype 1 on the correct version of Unity through Unity Hub. However, since Unity Hub is changing all the time, we want to make sure you have the most up-to-date instructions. So I'm not going to demonstrate that in the video. Instead, I want you to very carefully follow the instructions below to create your project. So just make sure when this video is over, you follow the instructions below the video. I'm just going to skip forward when the project is already made.
Great. We don't know exactly which one. Let's see what's URB. Maybe we can use this one, I think. Now we are gonna search for our folder. Select folder. Whenever it is not specified, it's almost always for thank you, JJ. So it's this one. Okay. And we have to name it like this. Thank you so much for helping. and create. Okay, we did this. No? Oh, you said no? So it's not the one that I selected? Oh, I think it is now.
Now that we've created our first Unity project, let's start getting our scene set up by importing the project library. Now remember, watch me before you do this yourself. In order
Never mind, it doesn't. Oh god.
to download our project files to get started, we'll need to use the download link in the instructions below this video. If I click on that link, it will download a zip.
I also have to download it. I also downloaded something. This one. I think is the same thing, right? Yeah. So I downloaded it already. Nice.
Of the starter files right onto my computer. So let's see where I saved those files. On my desktop, where I created that new Create with Code folder for my projects, you can see here I've already downloaded the project library for Prototype 1. So all I need to do is extract this folder to get the assets I'm going to use for my project. So I'm just going to right click on Prototype 1, extract all, and then it's going to select a location, which in this case is the folder that I'm already working in. So I'm going to extract.
I will do that just to make sure we save time so we don't have to wait after that much. Let's just find the folder that we created. Not prototype, but create. Come on. Create with code. Yes. So we don't have to wait that long then. Okay, nice.
And you can see that it extracted pretty quickly. And if I go into this new Prototype 1 direct download folder, you can see here that I have the Prototype 1 starter files, and it's of type Unity package file. So this is what I'm going to use to import into my project to get set up. If I head into Unity, I'm going to go to the Assets button on my menu, go to Import Package, and then Custom Package.
You know, he said first we have to, if the textures or materials are not pink, then everything is fine. Ah, okay. You know, he said first watch, then do. For me, it's easier to do it while he is explaining, but I should do it probably my way because then I have to rewatch it again. Like, what's the point in that, right? So maybe
On my desktop, where I created that new Create with Code folder for my projects, you can see here I've already downloaded the project library for Prototype 1. So all I need to do is extract this folder to get the assets I'm going to use for my project. So I'm just going to right click on Prototype 1, extract all the folder, and you can see that I go in director, Prototype file, Unity package.
See, so it will bother you as well. What we have to do, is it still loading? Oh my god, how long is gonna take? I see. Maybe we can close this once. Didn't expect it to take this long. Maybe because I'm live streaming, I have the chat open and the course and all the stuff. One eternity later, literally. Jesus. So hot outside, guys. I'm dying. I think the chat stops. Oh, I got the comments or watch it on 2x speed. I can also do that. Yeah, maybe. Hi, MD, and welcome on this channel. Is the first time when you are here? So I think so. If not, I'm sorry for the mistake. You know, I said I'm gonna close the live stream in 10 minutes. Well, I should have done that. Yeah. Maybe I have to first open the project and then work with it while it's already open, because I think my CPU now is gonna explode. And yeah, it's quite demanding. Well, we are waiting for this. I feel like it's gonna be a full summer. I'm gonna do so many stuff this summer. I have so many ideas of courses, of games, of videos, funny videos, and so on. Prepare. The thing is about the free time. While it's loading, watch on to X. Okay, maybe we can do that. So we are gonna save our time.
I'm going to go to the Assets button on my menu, go to Import Package, and then Custom Package. Now I need to find that Unity package file that I just extracted, so I'm going to go to that Create with Code folder on my desktop, go down into the Prototype 1 Direct Download folder, and find the Prototype 1 starter files, select it, and open it. You can see that Unity prompts you with a new window asking you if you want to import all of these different files, and we're going to need all of these for our project, so I'm going to import at the bottom of the window. Now let me show you what Unity just did. So if I get started in Unity, down in the project window down here, you can see that there's an assets folder that has a course library folder and a scenes folder. So the course library folder is what was just added into our project. And if I click into this folder, you can see that there are some additional folders for some of the props and objects that are going to be in our scene when we get started. So for example, I could go to the obstacles folder, and you can see here a list of different obstacles. You can actually use this little slider at the bottom of the project window if you want to actually see what the models of those objects look like. So now you can see we have all these different props that we can use in our scene, like a rock or a barrier or a traffic cone. Now I'm going to show you what this actually looks like inside of Unity. So if I go back to my assets folder by selecting it on the left-hand side of the project window, I'm going to go into the scenes folder, and inside of my scenes folder, I have a sample scene, which is actually what's currently open right now, which has nothing inside of it, or I can open up this prototype 1 scene by double-clicking on it. And now inside of this prototype 1 scene, you can see that it pops up inside of this scene window here in the center of Unity. And if I just use my mouse while it's hovering over the scene window, right-click and hold, I can actually move the camera that's in the scene view to see around this virtual world that we've created for you. So you can see here we have this long road, we have some of those mountains in the background, we have a pretty cool sky with stars in it, and so this will be the scene that we'll start building our first Unity project in. Now since this will be our main scene, we actually don't need the sample scene anymore, so I'm just going to right-click on sample scene and then delete it, and delete the selected asset. So now the only thing that's in my Unity project is that prototype 1 scene. So what you're going to do is download the starter files for the project by using the link in the instructions below this video, and then you're going to extract that zipped folder that we gave you, and you can double check to make sure that inside of that folder are the prototype 1 starter files. Once you've unzipped those starter files, you're going to head.
Let's check if it's here. It should be. Okay, it is. Is it a different Unity version, maybe? I don't know why we don't have the logo displayed. I hope it's gonna work out and we will be able to open it. If not, that's gonna be... Oh, there we go. Almost. Nice. Okay.
Head back into Unity, go to the Assets button in the top menu, go to Import Package, and import a custom package. From there, you're going to find the folder where you extracted those starter files. So in my case, on my Create with Code Carl D folder on my desktop. And you're going to find the Prototype 1 starter files Unity package file. So you're going to select it and then open it. You'll then be prompted with an import window. So in my case, since I already imported these assets, I don't have to worry about it, but you'll see a long list of different files. And at the bottom right of the window, you're going to click import. And that might take a few minutes. Once you've done that, you can head over to the project window down in the bottom of Unity, select the assets folder, and go into your scenes folder. You're going to double click on Prototype 1 to open it inside of your project. And then you can just right click and delete the sample scene because we won't be using it. And then if you want to explore the virtual world that we've created, you can just hover your mouse over the scene view here, right click and hold the right mouse button. And then you can move your mouse to move your camera in this virtual world. So now it's your turn.
Okay. Now it's my turn. Let's do it. I hope, as I said, it's gonna work. The version that I have should be the right one. 23F F1. Yeah, should work. So I had this one. What he said assets, he said import package, custom package. We have it. Maybe I'm just gonna type create. That's how we say. Started files and this one open. Import. We hope it's gonna work. Course library, I think, or maybe even scenes. Prototype 1. It's purple. So it's not what you... So it's not the right one. Maybe it should have been 3D, the other one, JJ, what do you think? It's a bit weird though. Hold on, I have an idea. What if obstacles, sky? So I don't have I don't have materials, right? Yeah. Imagine if I had the sky. It's gonna be funny. No, it's not gonna work. They said we can delete this one. Should I create another one? What do you think? Because I don't know if it's because of the I told you core 3D. You click the other one. Hold on. So projects, new projects. I clicked this one. You mean built-in render pipeline? I think maybe yeah. Okay. So unfortunately, have to delete this one, I guess. Never mind, no worries. I'm gonna do it again. Prototype 1. Where is it showing explore? I'm gonna delete this one. Inside it says core. Yes, you're right. My bad. I'm sorry. I told you. I'm a bit tired, but we can do it again. So yeah, so it's this one. So they said prototype 1. I'm gonna try to move as fast as I can. Create. Come on. There we go. Yes. Okay. Should work. Let's see. I hope it won't take that Unity Connect to Unity Cloud. I hope it won't take that long. Connect to Unity Cloud. Yeah, just give me 1 sec. You know what's the problem? The problem is that there is a delay. So even though you write something, I already did it. The chat is not working in real time. Let's say there are a few seconds delay. So if I'm not doing stuff because you told me, it's not because I ignore you, it's because it just doesn't work how I want. I understand. Yes, and it's frustrating. Maybe I have to wait a bit more after taking decisions. No worries. Yeah, this is how we learn, right? But it's just gonna take a lot of time. Anyways, at least we know what to do. Right click to drag and from the menu import. We can watch the next one.
So now that we've added in the starter assets for our project, we're going to go and add a vehicle into our scene. Make sure to watch me do this before you try it yourself. And just as a heads up, from here on out in these videos, I'll be using an older version of Unity. As you can see, the icons look slightly different, but otherwise everything is going to work pretty much the same. What I'm going to do is in the main section of our project window, I'm going to double click on vehicles, and that'll open up that folder, and that'll show us all the different vehicles that we can use in our scene. I like the red truck over here. I think it looks really cool. So I'm going to left click on that vehicle, drag it into our hierarchy on the left side of Unity. When I let go, you can see that our vehicle has now been added into this large area in the center called our scene view. So all
It's interesting that they added it here. I used to drag it in the scene wherever I want to place it, but yeah, I never did it the way they suggested here. It's moving. We are getting there. That's nice. Actually, I think it's slow. It loads faster if I'm waiting like this. I think so. Come on. Thank you very much for subscribing. I don't know who, but thank you. One eternity later. Have a lot of nice. Okay. You can take a break, guys. I will keep this in mind, and next time I will open the project before starting the live stream, so we won't have to wait that long for anything. Okay. Let's try again. So. Hmm. Maybe I should use music background. It would have been nicer. So assets, import package, custom package. Let's see if it's, yeah. So now the logo is there. I think it's gonna work this time. You were right, JJ, my master. Thank you very much. By the way, what's your role in game dev, or what role do you like, artist or programmer? I would say I don't see myself working into programming. Like, I don't see myself standing at a computer and program and writing code and stuff. I'm more of a creative person. So maybe I would say artist. But what we watched with David, the way he combined stuff, I liked. I know he's not a true artist, like he just literally took assets and combined them. But that's also something good to know, right? Even though you don't master all the skills, being able to do that feels like nice. Feels like hmm, a good taste, I would say. Having a good taste in combining stuff. Okay. So this is what we were supposed to do. Then he told us about the vehicle. He dragged it there. Should we? Okay. That's what we were supposed to do.
All of our assets in our assets folder are what we use to populate our scene with different.
Indie game dev is like jack of all trades, master of only one. Hmm. I see. I still have to figure it out, I think. Don't know yet.
Different objects like our trucks. If we want to add some cool environmental props, maybe some boxes or trees, mountains, whatever we want to add, that's all stored in our assets folders, and then we can drag and drop them into our hierarchy to add them to our scene. Now the hierarchy actually keeps track of all the different objects that are currently there. So we have our camera, we have a light, we have some environment, and then we have our vehicle that we just added. Now to really see our vehicle and experience the scene view that allows us to visualize everything that's happening in our game, what you can do is hover over the scene view with your mouse. If you hold the right mouse button, right click, and then you can actually move using the W, A, S, and D keys on your keyboard. So if I press W, I can zoom in. If I press S, I actually fly backwards. If I press A, I fly to the left. If I press D, I fly to the right. So you can use all of these in tandem, and you can actually...
Meaning no matter what's your specialty, you still have to do all the things a little. That's true. It's a little bit of everything. It's not like you're the master. Yeah.
move your mouse while you're flying around, so you can see all around your scene.
Okay.
Now, I have a problem here. I've gotten myself lost. I actually don't know where I am. I can see these nice mountains, though. So, in your hierarchy, if you make sure that your vehicle, your truck is selected, you can see it's highlighted in blue, so you know it's selected. If you want to make sure on the right side of Unity, you can see in your inspector, this actually...
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mark step as complete. Okay. Okay.
shows you what the current object is selected, which is our truck. With my mouse now hovering over our scene view, if I press the F key on our keyboard, this will actually focus or frame back in our object that we have selected in our hierarchy. So that's super helpful. Another thing that we can do if we just want to get a 360-degree view, if we want to see all around this truck, we can actually hold down the Alt key on our keyboard, and then with our left click, if we drag to the left or to the right, we can actually rotate around. And what this is actually doing is it's rotating around the center point of our screen, which in this case is our vehicle, because we use our F key to focus on it. So now we can see all around our truck. And then another helpful thing that we can do is if we press the Alt key down and hold it again, we can actually use our right mouse button. And if we click and drag that, if we go to the left, we actually zoom out. And if we go to the right, we can actually zoom in. So using all of these different keys, we can navigate around our scene, focus on different objects, and take a look at them in depth. A really helpful keyboard shortcut to know is the undo action. So, for example, with my vehicle...
By the way, is it annoying for you that I'm watching this on the fastest speed, or is it okay?
Selected. If if I accidentally moved that vehicle when I was just trying to navigate around the scene, I can press Control-Z or Command-Z, and that will undo my most recent action. This is super helpful to know just in case you ever accidentally move something, or say you adjust something and you don't like the way that it's positioned in your world, you can just undo that to set it back. One thing to note is undo will only undo our most recent action. So in order to get this vehicle back to where it started, since I actually changed this object 3 different times, I have to use Control-Z or Command-Z 1, 2, 3 times, and it will set it backwards. So it's very helpful to remember the undo shortcut on your keyboard.
Not bothered at all. Don't know about others. I'm glad. Thank you very much for being here and also helping. It means a lot.
That way, in case you ever accidentally move something or you just don't like the way that something's positioned, you can just reset it back to what it was before. So what you're going to do is you're going to grab one of your vehicles out of the course library, whichever one you want, left click and drag it into the hierarchy. And then when your vehicle's added to the scene, get used to playing around with all of the different ways that you can navigate your scene view. With your mouse cursor hovering over the scene view, if you hold right click down, you can move your camera around as you move your cursor. If you use the different keys like W, A, S, and D, learn how to move around in the world. Make sure you get some practice in also focusing on your object in case you get lost or you want a better view. So go into your hierarchy on the left, select your vehicle, with your cursor over the scene view, press the F key on your keyboard so that you can frame or focus in on that object. Play around with rotating around the object, so you can press the Alt key, hold it down, and then press and hold your left click on your mouse, and you can rotate it around your vehicle while it's centered in your scene.
Me neither. Hello, Rohit. Okay, good to know. Thank you for replying.
And then you can even get some practice in pressing and holding the Alt key, clicking and holding your right mouse button, and then dragging it to the left to zoom out or dragging it to the right to zoom in. So get very comfortable with moving and navigating around your scene, focusing around your vehicle, rotating around it, zooming in and out to get a closer look at it, seeing all of your different objects and where they're placed, the easier it will be.
This was pretty
as you
much
make your
it,
game.
right?
So go play around with the different navigation keys.
We know how to do that. It's not something actually new for us, at least for me. I don't know for you. Maybe actually haven't used the WSAD, but it's pretty interesting to play with them. It's smoother if you play with the arrows. But yeah, we know how to do that. Let's jump into the next one. Okay, add an obstacle and reposition it. Let's go.
We've added a vehicle to our scene. Now the next thing that we need to add is an obstacle. So we're going to choose one and place it in front of the player. Make sure to watch me before you do this yourself. Now down in our project window where we got our vehicles, we're going to make sure that we go to the sidebar, select our course library so that we can see all the other folders inside of our course library. And then we're going to go to the obstacles folder and double click. And you can see here we have all of these different options.
Sorry, I forgot the camera switched. Okay.
That we can select from. I'm going to choose this crate because our truck actually has some boxes on it, so it looks kind of similar. So this time I'm going to left click and drag our crate, but instead of going into the hierarchy, I'm going to drag it directly into our scene view, and you can see that it's actually updating live wherever my mouse is positioned. And in fact, if I drag it closer to the road, it actually snaps directly onto the road. I can even do it with a car. Look, there's a box on the car.
Hold the right click in scene view and use to move.
I'm going to release my mouse button now, and you can see our box has been positioned in our scene. Now, in Unity, we actually have coordinates to keep track of where our objects are in the world. So, for example, our truck is actually in the center, the exact center of this virtual world we've created, at 0, 0, 0. You can see that by going and clicking on the truck. Make sure it's selected. On the right side of Unity, you can see the inspector window pop up, and it expands. Underneath the inspector, at the very top of all the different options, there's our transform. These are called components. So our transform component specifically carries the data around our position, our rotation, and our scale. The rotation and scale we'll get to in a little bit. With our position, you can see that it's set to 0, 0, 0. If I compare that to our crate, by selecting our crate, you can see that the crate information is now in our inspector. Our crate is positioned at 4.8, negative 0.0 on the Y, and then 4.26 on the Z. Handily, you can actually tell all of these different letters from these arrows over here on our box. So currently we have our move tool selected. You can actually see which tools we currently have selected in the top left. We'll go through some of the other ones in a bit. With our move tool, you can see the up arrow. So in fact, if I left click and drag on this green arrow, you can see over on the right side in our inspector, the Y position changes. If I want to undo what I just did, I can use Control or Command Z. You can do the same thing with the X, which in this case is this red arrow. And I'll undo that with Control or Command Z. And with the blue arrow, this is RZ. So I'll undo that. So I'm going to reposition this crate, and I can do this one of two ways. I can either do it by going to the inspector on the right underneath our transform. If I actually select the box, you can see that all the text is now highlighted. I can actually type in 0. And if I type in 0, you can see that now our box is moved all the way in front of our vehicle. Now, if I were to set all of these to 0, that would take a really long time, and I don't want to do that. So in our transform, you can actually see all the way on the right side of our component, there's a little gear icon. If you're using a new version of Unity, it will actually be 3 little dots instead of a gear. So if I left click on the gear icon, you can see that there are different options, and one of the options is reset position. So if I left click that, now our positions are set to 0, 0, 0. And so now what I can do is if I want to move our box now that everything's at 0, now I'm going to do this the easy way, where I can just type in the values in our inspector. So I want this to be a good distance away, and it would be a lot of work to just drag it with our move tool. So instead, I'm just going to go into the inspector on the right side. In our transform position, I'm going to select the Z text. If I click on it, you can see that now it highlights that text, and I can just type in 25. And it automatically moves my box 25 units away on the Z. And a handy thing to know in Unity is that each individual unit, so if I had a Z of 1, that would actually just be 1 meter. So we actually moved this box 25 meters on the Z position, which moved it in front of our vehicle. Last but not least, I'm going to do some cleanup on my different objects. So my crate, I'm going to rename. So my crate, what I'm going to do is in the hierarchy on the left side, if I right-click on the crate, I can rename. There's a rename option. I left-click that. Now I can type in anything I want. So I'll call this an
Box
obstacle for now.
1.
And then with our truck or vehicle, if you select the vehicle in the hierarchy, you can actually rename this through the inspector on the right side. If you see at the top, you have the same name that's in the hierarchy on the left. So if I actually click on that text, it highlights all of it. If I type in vehicle and I press enter, now you see in our hierarchy, our truck has been renamed vehicle. So different ways that you can rename your objects. So what you're going to do is in your project window, select the course library, double click on the obstacles folder, left click and drag one of your obstacles into the scene. And then when your obstacle is in the scene,
Okay, we got it. I think now he just repeats what he did. There's a hair. Okay. So let's do it. First, I think I'm just gonna rename this because it's faster. Okay. Let's drag the box. Where was that? I'm just gonna drag it somewhere. We have to say here reset position. Reset property position. Now we have to type here 25. There we go. And instead of this, it's box. Or no, obstacle. Sorry. Nice. Okay, so we did it.
and then you can type in whatever number that you want, and it'll move that object.
It's read. Okay. Let's see.
Now we've added our player, our vehicle, and our obstacle to our scene, but now we really want to get a lens of our player and understand their perspective. So we can actually do that using our camera. If you go to the hierarchy on the left side of Unity, select your main camera by clicking on it, you can see that now we have the camera selected. This very large rectangle pops up, and on the bottom right, we can actually see our camera preview. In fact, if I deselect...
Don't forget to save the project. You are right. I did this now.
Camera,
Thank
preview
you.
goes away.
I forgot
If I select camera
literally
again, the preview
what.
comes back. So the preview
How
is
is
actually
that
what we can see
possible?
and
I
what the
don't
player
know.
will see in our game. And in fact, that preview is entirely mapped to this huge rectangle that we can see in our scene. And so this is very helpful to see and understand what the player sees. Our camera actually controls what we see in our game view. So in fact, if I go to the top of Unity and I press the play button, you can see that our scene view changes to this view here, which is our game view. In fact, in the center, the two tabs are side by side right next to each other. So in our game view, you can see that if I try and click on our vehicle here, nothing will happen. I can still select the vehicle in the hierarchy, however, nothing changes here. Versus
Hold on, the chat apparently doesn't work anymore. I will just close it.
if I go to my scene, you can see that our vehicle's back there. If I select the move tool, I can move our vehicle again. And then in the game view, you can see that our vehicle actually moved a little bit. So maybe if I go to the transform component, if I press like 5. Okay, cool. So the vehicle is moving. That's interesting. Now, the one thing about play mode is, so this is how we test how our different objects interact in our world, how our player can, for example, control our vehicle. Since I made changes to our vehicle in our scene view, in fact, if I press the play button again, so I stop the play mode, our vehicle actually moves back. Let's see if I can test that again. We'll go straight into the scene view this time by clicking on it, and I'll just move the vehicle back somewhere to like maybe like 10-ish or so. And then I press play again. Our vehicle snaps backwards. So play mode doesn't actually save if we change anything about any of our objects. But our play mode and our game view is really helpful. So when we're testing out how our player actually plays and experiences the game, we can see that in the game view versus in our scene view, where we go to set up our objects, position our vehicles, move our obstacles in our scene, and interact with them that way to create a layout for our environment. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into your hierarchy, select your camera, you can see the camera, and then if you want to go into your play mode, you can press the play button, and it'll go into your game view. In fact, you can use Control or Command P to actually exit play mode, and if you press that again, Control or Command and the P key, it'll go back in, and so you can see what your player will see when they're actually in the game. Now it's your turn.
Okay, this was very fast. Didn't expect it to be this fast, but let's see how long it's gonna take. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. That's great. Okay, we can do here. So yeah, it works. Let's go to the next one.
Watch me before you do this yourself. So we've learned
Well, I marked that one as complete, right? Yes. Okay.
a little bit about the perspective of our player and what they can see and experience. We've added our vehicle and we've added our obstacle now. So we're actually going to reposition our camera in our scene. So that way we can actually get a better view behind our vehicle. So what we're actually going to do is instead of using our transform component on the right side, we're going to make sure we select our camera. And in the top left, you can see all the different tools that we have. So for now, we're going to make sure that we have our move tool selected. It's those 4 arrows in those 4 different directions. So remember, control and hold, and then left click on the red arrow. And so we can move our camera on the x-axis here. And I want to get it to 0. Cool. And now I'm going to keep my mouse cursor in our scene view, and I'm going to press F to focus so I can shift the perspective again back onto our camera. Now I'm going to do the same thing with this blue arrow so I can move our camera behind our vehicle. So if I left click and press and hold our control key, I can move our camera back somewhere to around, say, there. And then the same thing with our Y. I will press the control key and hold and left click and drag. So we'll put it somewhere about there. Cool. So now our camera, if I focus back in by pressing the F, and then I'll reposition my camera of our scene view. Now you can see that our camera, according to our preview, is just looking straight off the road. So that's not a helpful perspective at all. So we're going to reposition this camera this time with our rotate tool. So if you go to the top left of Unity, you can see this circle arrows. If I click on that, our rotate tool is selected. And now, in fact, you can see all of the different arrows have turned into lines, but these lines are actually well aligned to all of the different axes that we were playing around with before, so the X, the Y, and the Z. Now, to make it a little bit easier for us, I'm actually going to go to the top right of our scene view, and you can see this handy little gizmo over here with all the different arrows. In fact, if I click on this green Y arrow here, you can see our perspective actually shifts to a top-down view from what we would see on the Y. And so I'm going to reposition back over the camera. So now I can very clearly see this green line, which will actually rotate around our Y-axis in this case. So if I click on the green line, I can rotate our camera by dragging it to the right or to the left. So I want to drag it, we'll say, view. And now, in fact, I want to get a better perspective on our car. You can see it's not entirely in frame. So if I click on this opposite arrow of our Z arrow, this will actually, instead of bringing us to the front of our camera, this will put us behind our camera. And so now you can see we have a better view of our Z axis here. Actually, in fact, I want to go to the X. I'm going to go to the side view. Click that. There you go. Better. So now you can see we can see the Z axis. So this will actually rotate our camera up and down. If I click and hold on this, I can drag it down a little bit. And now we have a really good view of our vehicle.
Okay.
Tools we have all the way on the left-hand side, our hand tool. So in fact, if we select our hand tool and we left click and drag around our scene view, you can see actually this is very similar to just moving our scene view camera or scene view perspective. The tool next to it that we were playing around with, that's our move tool.
So we pretty much know what's happening here. Use the movie rotate tools to move the camera behind the vehicle. Hold control, move the camera by holding it. Okay. That is nice. And what we want to do, hold on, is this like, oh, it's a bit, okay. Like, why does it look so weird? That's funny though. What we can do is we can also drag it a bit like this, maybe a bit up and rotate. Pretty much it. Okay. And like that. I think it's perfect now. We saved it. Let's play it. Hello, good luck in your project. Looks complicated. Thank you very much, Black Tea, and welcome here. It's actually not complicated. It's a course that I'm following, and it's very, 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 very simple compared to other courses as well. If you're really interested in game development and learning stuff like this, feel free to do that. Don't get overwhelmed by it because it's not the case, I would say. Okay, so that's pretty much it. This one is complete. I'm gonna, guys, what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna finish these ones, and maybe I will see if I still have time for these ones as well, but let's see how fast we're gonna move.
So we've set up our camera.
Honestly, give you one column. Okay.
So now that we have a good perspective of what our player will see, we're going to play around with the actual Unity editor itself to rearrange some of our windows and make it easier for us to navigate. So a really cool thing about Unity is you can actually reorganize all of these different little tabs that you see to clean up our project and make it a little bit more efficient for us. So in fact, for example, with our game view, if I left click on it and I drag it, it actually snaps out of the view that we're in. And I can put this wherever.
I do simple projects. That's nice. It's you still have something, so you are also passionate about this field, which is great. But yeah, this is also simple,
So
honestly.
I can put this underneath the scene, and then we can actually resize these windows. Or if I left click and drag the game again, I can drag it down to the bottom where our project window was and put it down there. So that's kind of cool. We can rearrange things however we want. Luckily, in Unity, we can actually just do all of these things.
Actually, me and my friend had a game project, but unfinished. Ooh, that's nice. What is it about?
with some preset options. So on the top right, all the way past the inspector, in the corner, you can see this little button that says default. So in fact, if I
Yeah,
click on that, and
cool.
I move things around, if I click on the default button again, it'll reset my entire editor experience to be back to what we had in the very beginning. And then if I click on the default
Interesting.
option again, there's other options. So there's a 2x3.
Actually didn't know about this one. I've never used the layout. I mean, I've always used it like this. But good to know that there are a lot of options out here. Nice. Oh, okay. Okay.
Which is kind of cool. There's a 4 split. So this is kind of useful, especially if you're doing
Wow.
a 2D game or something like that. There's a tall layout. And so this one puts our scene view and our game view side by
That's
side, which is kind
cool.
of useful. We have a much larger view of what
It's about apes war with humans. Ooh, interesting.
is happening. So I actually kind of like the tall view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rearrange some things a little bit. So I'm going to make our inspector just a bit smaller. So you see these lines between the windows. You can actually mouse over them. It turns into this little drag icon. And then you can click and drag our inspector. So I'll make that a bit smaller. I'm actually going to make our hierarchy and our project column a little bit smaller too. So I'll click and drag. Now,
Humans are prisoners and hero pets saving them. That's smart and interesting. I would love to hear more about that later on because it feels like it's very interesting. So you're also using Unity, right? Or are you using another engine? My friend wrote the story. Nice. Good job. He's very creative.
our project window is kind of messy now. So what I could do is all the way at the bottom right of our project window, there's this little slider at
Feel free to join the Discord server and share your game whenever whenever you feel like it actually. So yeah.
the bottom. So this actually makes our icons larger. If I drag it to the right, if I drag it all the way to the left, it actually makes it smaller. So then I can like double click on these instead, and then it'll just create list views of what I can see. But I don't get those cool little previews of our little app.
No Godot? Oh, so you're using Godot engine. Ooh, interesting. I also have a video on my channel, but it's a total failure. I have to try again Godot, and this time more patient. Yeah, exactly. I'm proud of him, sure. Yeah, you should be also proud of yourself because you're taking part in it. So yeah.
Assets, unfortunately. And then it's still kind of narrow. If I had longer names, it'd be really hard to see. So in fact, I'm just going to turn this into one column entirely instead of having these two small columns.
Maybe I can add the chat again so I can also see your comments on my desktop because it's gonna be easier.
So
Okay,
in my project window,
it's
all the way
gonna
on the right
work.
side, there's this tiny drop down. And if you're using a new version of Unity, you'll see 3 dots in a vertical line. So if I click on that, you can see there's a 2 column layout, or there's
Maybe I can help give tips. Yeah, sure thing.
a 1 column layout. So if I click on the 1 column, now it gets rid of my folder previews for what I can see inside my vehicles folder. So now instead, I just have to click on these little drop down arrows, and then it shows me all the different assets that I can use. Same with the obstacles. The nice thing too is it makes it a little bit easier if I collapse the vehicles folder, and then I can even collapse my course library. Now it looks really clean, which is helpful. And then the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to left click and drag the game window, and I'm actually going to drag it to the bottom of our view, and it pops like that. Now one thing that might happen is, for example, if you actually drag it out of a space where there's anywhere it can snap to, it'll actually pop out like this, which can be helpful sometimes, but not entirely ideal. So you can actually just click on that tab again, drag it back, and then snap it in place. And now if we make this a bit larger, cool. Now we have a really good view of our game and our scene at the same time. So this is what we as the creator see versus what our player will see when they play the game. And then if we want to actually save this all the way on the right side back to where we set our layouts, if you click on that, at the bottom of the options is actually save layout. So if I click on save layout, I can rename. So I'll call this my layout. So now I have my layout saved to use whenever I want. So that's super handy. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on my layout, and you can select one of the different layouts that you think is cool. In this case, I went with the tall layout, and then I dragged out by clicking on the game tab and then dragging it
I don't know if I
down
would
to the bottom.
use it,
to the bottom of our scene views. Now we have both views together. I
but
resized my inspector and my hierarchy just so there's more space. And then because our project window got a bit cluttered because it's pretty small down here, on the project window, all the way on the right side, you see this little drop down. If I click on that, there's an option to select 1 column layout. And so now all of our folders are just in these columns, and I can just expand them and collapse them to see what's inside. Now it's your turn.
yeah, I really like using Unity this way. So honestly, for me, it would have been I would complicate myself if I will just do this instead, honestly. But yeah, oh, maybe not reset. Hold on, auto wide. Okay, layers. Edit layers. Save. Delete layout. Hmm. But my question is now, for example, if I want to get, if I say, if I delete it, I'm gonna delete it like, oh, okay, I don't want to do that. What's gonna happen? Unity is good, but I don't know. I could not get used to it. That's okay. I mean, it's good that you give it a try and you realize that it's not really what you're looking for or it doesn't suit your style. So that's great that you realize that. Okay, recap. I don't think it's necessary to rewatch. I mean, we pretty much did anything that was there. Hi guys, I see a lot of you joining. That's so nice. I'm so happy. This was nice. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm glad the comments now are working, so that's great. I said multiple times that I want to close the live stream, but I see a lot of you joining right now, so when there are people watching, I don't feel like going. That's the thing. Okay. Um, I'm curious if they're gonna evaluate my project or something like that, honestly. I share our game. Nice. Uh, yeah, Unity's learning curve is not steep, but it is not easy either. It takes a little time to get used to it. Yeah, that's true. In your Discord. Okay, let's check it out. And maybe I'm gonna save this. Okay, I'm gonna close it. Let's see where it is. Nice. You can see black tide I have here like promotion. Here you can literally share your stuff that you try to promote. This chat freely is talking about basic stuff or talking in general, but here you got all this channel promotion is especially to promote your stuff, so feel free to do it in this one. Okay, let's check it out. Brave Hero Pets. Each IO. So it's already posted. Okay, run game. Let's see. Okay, thank you. I will next time. No problem. You're very welcome. Thank you very much for sharing. And let me know if it's okay to play it. Hold on, I don't want to get copyright. Yeah, the thing is, I'm just afraid of YouTube in general because I feel like every time I'm playing Good Boy having a web build. Um, yeah, this is interesting. Okay, let's see. Can you hear the game or no? You can't right now, right? Hold on, just give me. Yeah, the thing is. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't work right now. It's just me hearing. I missed the story. I wasn't looking. Okay, I'm gonna play it again. I'm sorry for that. I just wanted to make sure. So let's see. I like the logo. Got that. Entry, let's go. New game. Hmm, interesting. I also like the visuals. By the way, how did you create these images? Did you use AI or did you create them yourself? This reminds me of an actual building. I will show you later on. Delhi E. Oh, interesting. Okay, so AI, I think. My hero. Let's choose the fox because we watched the first three, right? But that building reminds me of the one I think in China. Hold on. So it's like sky or penthouse. I think it's like skyscraper China with. Let's see if Google is gonna find it. No, not really. Maybe penthouse. Should I say penthouse? Maybe I will find it later on and I will show you, but yeah, I'm not able to find it. I don't remember the name of the architect. Anyways. Uh oh. I still want to go with the fox. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, so this is how we are supposed to play. I like the visuals a lot. Oh, oh, interesting. Nice. That's great. Okay. Next, I think it's gonna. Ooh, you did a great job. It's very interesting, the concept and everything. It would have been even nicer if you would add like effects every time they are moving around, because you just took the fox and put it on the monkey. If you would do, you should add your skill. Uh, oh, okay, my skill, but like where? So basically, this is the game. Follow. Maybe I can give you a follow, guys. Ah, okay, I have to log in. Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second and I will do that, because this is really nice. Guys, feel free to play the game as well if you feel like it, of course, but it's interesting. It's a good start. Is this your first game, or have you tried to create another games as well? There are skill points you didn't. Skill points I didn't. Hold on. I'm trying to log in, add them to your character. Okay, we'll do that. I'm trying to connect to each IO. So I got an email. This is why I switched the camera. First, gag me. Oh, hold on. Where is it? Mm. I'm waiting for an email now. Come on, Ishayo. Okay, they are moving just too slow for me. Nice. First game. Ah, first game. Good job. You did a great job. I followed you. Okay, so now I'm back. I logged in. Think you can see that. Okay. Rate this game. I can also do that. Nice. Okay. Published first game. Good job. Let's show some love and some support. Can also learn. I am curious now. You told me about the skills and you made me curious now. Oh my god, there's an airplane now. First a train, now an airplane. Feels like here is just oh, we can continue. That's great. So hold on. You told me about the skills. Where can I add my skills? Let's see. Master music sound. Okay, I don't have them activated. That's great. Language. So you're from Turkey, I guess. Nice. I've been to Turkey multiple times. I really like your country and your food, guys. That's just great. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Anyways, it happens in between matches. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. I think I know what do you mean now. So I have to play again, and then it's a bit annoying, the delay in between the chat and my screen. Okay. Oh, mm, I think I'm going to die. Uh, that's sad. New game. Okay, let's skip this one. Delay is too much. Yeah, I don't know why the delay is so bad. In the past, it wasn't like this bad, but now apparently it really is. I'm gonna select the focus again. I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna try my best to find the skills that you are talking about. I'm also streaming for, I don't even know for how long. 3 hours. So that's quite a bit of time. Okay, so here I gain them experience points too. Ah, this is what you mean, I think. Increase attack by 1. I can select only one at a time, right? Power up. Maybe no? Hold on. Animations are good. Yeah, they really are. Maybe I can. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. I really like the visuals. Yeah. Nice. So now I can power up what I want to power up in this one. I think increase at no. That's enough. Thank you all. Thank you very much for sharing. It's great. Congratulations to you and your friend. Feel free to share your stuff. By the way, do you have any other games? Can I oh, hold on, no. What I wanted to do, I wanted to check you can see my comments, right? I didn't, or maybe I have. Okay. Great visuals. There you go. Show some support, guys, if you feel like it, but they did a great job. Um, yeah. I don't, maybe I can just search for your name, I think. You said this is your first game. I think you don't have any other game besides this one, right? Is this yours? Maybe not. No, this is someone else's game. Okay. You know what I'm thinking about? I've never published my game. Should I? Should I publish my game? What do you think? Maybe we can try. Create. Are you upload your first game? So title, project URL. Mm, no payments. File size limit 1 GB. Hold on. Let's see. You should. I should. Maybe I should. Yeah, definitely. If you say so, guys, maybe I should. Let's see. Where is it? You know what's the if it is publisher, sure, why not? Yeah, maybe I should. I'm not that I don't know. For me it's like I made him for I made it for university. This is how I got into game dev. For those who don't know, I had a course in January, and I took 17 points out of 20 for it, and that's a pretty good grade compared to what I've heard and so on. The thing is, I don't know if I build folder. Ah, okay, here it is. How long is it? Let's see how big this game is. So it's not even that big. Okay, maybe I can upload it. Maybe you can have fun. Why not? Title. Let's go. Publishing my first game with you on a live stream. It's so random. We make a game called Bloody Math. It's playable, but we did not publish it. Take your time. Make sure it's the best version, the one that you really like, and then feel free to publish it. I don't know now if I don't know if I still have the cover of the game. I think I deleted it most likely. Where is it? F Medieval Nexus Live build folder. Yeah, I don't think it's here anymore. Package assets. Don't think I can find it. Yeah. But my question is, if you publish a game on itch.io, can someone? I mean, people can steal your stuff. People they can just get inspiration from other stuff and then put their thing out there. Okay, I can't find that one anymore. Actually, I think I know you can change all the settings later, so it's fine. Oh, okay, that's great. I think it's actually might be in Canva. I'm not sure. Here you will see all my thumbnails. Everything that I literally did is great. You are publishing your game. Thank you so much. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if I still have it, honestly. It should have been here. There it is. Found it. Everything is on Canva. Literally, I'm doing everything in Canva. This is the new Microsoft package for me, like PowerPoint, Office, whatever. I feel like I have everything here. So this is why I'm using it. There we go. Got it. This was it. Short description shown when we link avoid duplicating your project's title. I don't think I have anything to say here, maybe. Release, upload, description. Okay. Classification. Gameplay, graphics, make combine. Wow, art looks great. Thank you very much. It's also AI generated. It's not like I did it myself. So tools, physical game assets, games. A piece of software you can play. Yeah. Downloadable, you only. Oh, Unity. Shit. Hold on. Question for you guys. What are you doing? Hello, no man, I'm publishing my first game. But this is not good. This is what I've shown you previously on my live streams. Maybe you can try and have some fun. This is a shooter. Yeah. Are you uploading your game? Yeah, but it's not a big deal. This is literally my first game ever. It's not something I worked on or like recently. This was made in January. Let's go. Yeah, it's fun. Question for you guys. Yeah, I'll try it. Nice. If it is played in Windows, then choose downloadable. Yeah, it's played in Windows. The thing is, I was looking here, but maybe I will definitely try it. Thank you guys so much. It's okay. It's still something. Yeah, that's true. So I can go with this one. I think so. Released. Can has stopped it. Project response. Maybe I would say prototype, honestly. Don't choose that Unity 5 option. I want upload files. And here I'm just supposed to upload. Where is it? Not gallery. PC. In development. Honestly, I don't think I will return to it. For me, it's like, it's the first game, let it there. I won't return to it because my plans are not for shooters anymore. I'm into exploration, relaxation. I did a shooter because this was the theme that the university gave us. They were like, you have to do a shooting game. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? I don't have anything else to say. I'm gonna do that. So I think it's this one. Application. The one with the logo. There was a problem. Okay then. Hold on, I'm gonna switch the camera. No. Why was a problem? That's something weird. That's something really, really weird. Oh, hold on. Make a zip of the whole folder. and upload that. Ah, okay. The whole folder, like the whole things that are here. Zip it. I'm on each waiting for it. You guys are so nice. Thank you so much. Okay. Uh, I'm just gonna copy this one so I make sure I won't. Maybe you know what? Let's just compress to zip file. Yeah, let's just do. But I think it's gonna take a lot of time, honestly. Prepare one eternity later. About 30 minutes. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe we can finish others. It's fine, just zip it. No need to make a copy. Yeah, I was just a bit afraid. What if I'm gonna lose something? But I don't think it's necessary. Be afraid of that. Oh my god. You can see how many things I've imported there, a lot of assets and stuff. Okay, Unity files, yeah, tags, tips for choosing tags. Let's see. Godot power. So Godot is faster, I think, right? I think these are, single player, yes. 3D, yes. What else do we have here? Let's scroll down. I'm just curious. Okay, basketball, urban, team trivia, brushes, boxing. Our game was 60 megabytes or something like that. Interesting. Hmm. Discord video, road trip, mountains, football. Minecraft. Such an original tag, Minecraft. Flappy Bird shaders. Math seems modern. Modern. No, not really. PvP. Maybe we can say PvP even though it's single player. Adventure, not really. First person, yeah, because it's a first person shooter. Indie, low poly. It's a combination of stuff. Exploration. Also exploration, yeah, I would say exploration just a little bit. PvP is player versus player, huh? So, yeah, the thing is I have enemies in the game and they are able to kill you. This is why I selected PvP, but yeah, maybe it's not the right one. Hold on. Survival. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Unreal, experimental, not really. I would say colorful because it's a really colorful games. Enemies are NPC. Do we have NPC? I don't think we do. Let's see. There are no tags apparently with it. Anyways, it's colorful. It's a very colorful game, so I think these tags are the right ones. Is it how long? Oh my goodness. I am honestly, guys, no problem. Take your time. No need to rush. You know what? I'm just afraid of the size of it. See? 18, 8, 18. I said 18. 8 gigabytes. And they said the limit is 1, right? Yes. Is it going to work? Because I don't think so. Is there an alternative of yep, I don't think you can compress it below 1. Oh, I think there will be problem uploading with it. Yeah. This is why I was. Guys, what if I will zip just the build folder? What do you think? Is it going to work? Let's see the properties here. Here we are okay. What if I zip the build folder? Maybe I should close this one because it's an unnecessary work, honestly. Let me know if the build folder is gonna work. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to do that. No, I'm not zipping the You told me I have to build the whole folder, and I was like, oh my god, this won't take that long. Maybe build folder, don't zip the project files a little bit further. It's so funny, it's so funny. Imagine we've waited for it 1 hour and they'll be like, oh. Yeah, I'm literally crying. Just literally crying. It's so funny. Okay, what else can we do? Screenshots. Do I have screenshots with it? I think I do. Or maybe I can play it and I can take screenshots. But maybe I will let you play it first instead. By whole folder, I meant the whole build folder instead. I'm dying. I am dying. Okay, it's funny. This is a funny. Nice, it's already done. Okay, maybe we can actually rename it. So, well, good news. I'm probably able to upload it. So, what? Why? Please verify. Hold on. So there is a problem with my email apparently. Okay, let me switch the camera because I don't know what's the problem with my email. The thing is, if I'm gonna close this page, they won't save. Nothing, just pro streamer moment. Pro streamer, yes. Pro streamer 100%. Each IO. Let's open and see what's the problem with my email. The thing is, I didn't even receive an email from them. Maybe I have to verify my account, or maybe I'm not a developer, I'm a gamer, or I don't even know what's the problem. My library, let's see. View profile. You can save the page and upload it later. I can save it? Oh. Save and view. Yeah, maybe we can save it just in draft only those who can edit the project. Okay, draft. I did. Verifying email address. Nothing you can save. Maybe save option is down below. I scrolled down. I save it. You can see I save it. So, don't worry about this one anymore. Oh, I'm just gonna hold on. I'm just gonna switch my camera and check my emails from each IO. And let's see. Welcome. Please verify your email address. Click to verify email address. Verify. Apparently, it wasn't verified. Just another frost tumor moment, I would say. And now I'm back. By the way, what is the issue? I think that was the issue. I'm not sure, but draft. I think now it's gonna work. Okay, moment of truth. It's working. It's working. That was the problem. I forgot to verify my email address. I haven't really. I mean, I've been on itch.io only once, so yeah, I haven't used it. Maybe I should have done that multiple times. So no payments. Description. You can change. No, I don't think it's necessary. Download and install instructions. you know the instructions better than me. Add a nested comment thread at the dedicated community discussion board. Which one should I choose, guys? Comments or discussion board? I would say discussion board. What do you think is the best one? I would say the public, but by the way. No, it's fine. I don't think I have to select this too. Everything is fine. Maybe I have to add a description. Mhm. Gameplay video or trailer? Actually, comments maybe. Comments? Keep the comments. Okay. And change to public from draft. Yes, I did. What I want to do, you know what? Listen, please don't judge me. Here, instead of, hold on. Instead of a trailer, I will add one of my videos. Am I able to do that? I mean, I hope so. I know it's not very correct in a way, but I did. I took this one. I made the game in Unity in one day. And the screenshots. I'm pretty sure, just like I've told you, I have them in Canva. So you can do that. It's fine. Yeah, I won't be punished for that. I hope, at least I hope. Let's search for. Hold on. Where is it? You can see. Here it is. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate, delete this ones, and download the second page. Yes. I'm gonna delete this one now because I won't need it anymore. And that's pretty much it. It's kind of sad that I don't have a lot of screenshots with it because I really liked the visuals of the game itself. So, yeah. The thing is, I also hold on. I think I also have a presentation with it. Game interface. Add heading. Oh, maybe not. Anyways, no problem. I have this one only. Add screenshots. There we go. You know, actually, what I can do? I have an idea. I showed you the game previously. In this live stream, I think, I'm pretty sure. And now I'm just gonna skip to the part where I showed you the game. I hope it was this live though. If not, maybe it was one in the past. Maybe another one. Yeah, I think it was this one actually. There we go. I'm gonna skip. Off topic. Do you play No Man's Sky? Yes. You know what's the main issue? Oh, hold on. My PC, I don't think it really supports it. I feel like my computer crashes a lot while I'm live, but I have the game and I really want to play it. I swear. Even today, I was thinking about that. How to make it work. So maybe we can change the settings together and make sure it's gonna work out. Maybe I can take a screenshot with this one as well. I'm just taking a lot of screenshots to see which ones I like. Okay, enough. That's great. I really enjoyed No Man's Sky. Yeah, it's a great game and I really want to play it more. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Too bad your PC don't handle it. I mean, it does, but oh my god, this is so blurred. It does, but brother, 3.4 is fine. Yeah, we got more. But I don't like this one necessarily. Mm, 1, 2, maybe 1. mm, Which ones should I delete? I'm gonna delete this one. Okay, I'm gonna keep these 3. Let's go. They are kind of blurry. That's the main issue. Just so hide it. But anyways, 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Great. Yeah. Here, guys, am I supposed to select something or just leave it like this? Maybe I can actually, right? Because it's not for Android, I'm pretty sure. Save the page. You don't want to expire the session. Oh, I see. Tick Windows. Ah, executable for Windows tick. Ah, okay. No. Okay. A combination of Fortnite and what should I say? Untick that hide option. I did a combination of Fortnite and demons. Okay. Sounds good. This is the worst description ever, I know, but there you go. It's up. I'm pretty sure it's published, or at least save. Is it? I use Linux. Oh, interesting. And how is it? Is it better than Windows in your opinion? Mm, guys, it's up, right? It's published. I hope. Use Wine to play it, maybe. Wine? What do you mean? I will play it. Okay. My library. Wait, things you ratings and reviews. Rated visual map purchases. You know what I've realized? Yesterday we had multiple games shared here. JJ also did. Share the link. Ah, much better. I'm gonna share the link. Okay. You mean the link of hold on, published? You mean this one? Let's go. Much better. Okay. Here, click on the banner. Hold on. You mean to share the link in the chat, right? There you go. Yes, that one. Okay. Nice. Interesting. Is there a game that got popular thanks to itch.io? I'm curious. New devlog? What's that? Oh, what's this? Thanks. I can share my videos on itch.io. Interesting. Okay. Game jams. What's that? Interesting. Trying to rank post game jam. I don't know what's that. Can I? Oh, what if Thomas and David are here as well? You can share the vlog of the of the game you posted. Okay. A Tomasz Brass inspired project, but it's not Thomas. I mean, can I know projects? Hold on, projects. Mm, Maybe I can find creators, right? Browse. I was curious if I can follow people and stuff recommended for you. Ooh, Oh my god, this looks so nice. Wow. I can't believe. Oh my god. This actually looks nice. Very, very nice. It's interesting. Can I save it or something? Wow. Downloading game right now, can't wait. It's not the best game, I swear it's not the best game. It was my first game ever, so oh wait, I saw. Follow, add to collection. Nice. Yes. Oops. You know what? What if in the future, instead of playing games from Steam, I will play free games from itch.io that I find really pretty interesting and well done? What do you guys think? That's okay. Nice. What is this? Shards of God. Looks nice, but it's 2D. It's not really my. This one looks also very, very nice. Add to collection. That's so you like the idea. She said an hour ago, I'm stopping the stream after 10 minutes. Me right now publishing the game. Literally, it's yeah. I know, but because there's a lot of activity, I told you I can close the live stream if there are a lot of people in here. I just can't. I don't know because it's nice. I like the atmosphere. I like when what I forgot. I forgot to turn this on. Um, if here are a lot of people, I feel great. So yeah. What else do we have? What's this? Ooh, I can't believe these games are out here for free. Like, what is this? What is this? Oh my god. I'm live streaming for almost 4 hours. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. That's nice. And it's great. What's this one? Ooh, not really my type. This one looks also interesting. It really does. It really, really does. Add to collection. We already have 3 games in our collection. So that's great. I'm just adding 3 games, as you can see. This one also looks nice, but I think it's 2D. JJ, I wanted to do something that I forgot to do yesterday here because now I discovered how. I can rate the game and I can say rate mechanics and there you go. Let's help each other. Of you all. Each has a notion of 3 good games. How many will you add to the collection? Oh, thanks. You're very welcome. How many? Well, I was thinking about buying another game on Steam yesterday night. And then I was like, because I really wanted to play No Man's Sky and I wasn't able to, I was thinking maybe I should get a refund and buy another game instead. The refund, of course, didn't work because I played 3.8 hours. And keep this in mind, guys, in case you didn't know. If you want to refund a purchase on Steam, a game that you bought, you have to play less than 2 hours. And it has to be within 2 weeks since the moment you bought the game. These are the conditions, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, if you can't think these two, then they won't be able to refund the game. I'm not sad for it, but I'm just sad I can't really do live streams with No Man's Sky. My question is, how did it work first? Because I did a live stream with it. Of course, it was lagging as well, but at a point, we made it work somehow. So maybe I just have to find the best settings for it. I don't know. I think this one, Rage. Yeah, we also played this one. I'm pretty sure, right? This one, Rage Boy. Hold on, let me be sure. Is this? No, it's not this one. I can open this one. Ah, yes, this one was it. Where is lagging game? I mean, hold on, I will show you right now. I can rate this one. I wanted to rate it, but I don't think it's public. Only the ones with the link, right, JJ? Yeah, I don't think it's public. I can follow you, buddy. Unfortunately, we weren't able to rate that one. So what I said about No Man's Sky is that I did this live stream 11 days ago, right? Yeah, it's not public. I see. You can see first, it was a lot of like, hold on. You can see how hard it moved around. It's not fun to watch here. But then, thanks to my guys and their help, I was able to somehow fix it and played it without too much lag. So you can, where is it? Here, for example. It was okay. Maybe here. Yeah, I see. It's still like, you won't like to see something like this, right? It's not that fun. The thing is, my laptop can play No Man's Sky with high graphics, but I can't be live while I'm doing that. So, unfortunately, this is the reality that we have to deal with. One notification. I got followed by. Thank you guys. You know what? I'm gonna follow everyone. I'm literally gonna follow everyone here. Okay. By the way, can I see my game? Oh, I can. How many views? 5 views. Thank you guys very much. Downloads to downloads. Sometimes it's lagging. Yeah. Let me know what do you think about it. I hope you will be able to play it though. I was very proud. I was very, very proud of it. So when I first created it, yeah. We got a new comment here. OG lock better than half the rappers today. Hello, Dirty Dog Disco. I don't. Who is that guy? Maybe I. Oh, maybe I can show it to my camera. Oh, LOL is the one from GTA. Yeah, the San Andreas. That's so nice. I didn't even realize. Rohit said I couldn't play it right now because I'm Linux. Ah, so if you're using another platform, you is it because of the way I publish it, or is it because of your system? I mean, let me know if there's something I can do to fix it. Because I will. I will do that. And yeah, I gotta restart my laptop. The chat apparently stopped again. Dual bot, right? What do you mean dual bot? Boot. Ah, dual boot. Sorry. I read dual bot. Yeah. Maybe I'm tired as well. Let's open the chat again. Maybe this time it's gonna work. It suddenly stops. Like out of nowhere, it just stops. We don't know why, what happened, but yeah. I'm actually happy I did this because I was wondering, should I? We got JJ following us. Thank you, JJ. Now it works. See? It's that easy. Posts. Projects. Nice. 7 views already. 4 downloads. Oh my god. Let's go. I use Windows especially for gaming. I see. Interesting. It's so nice people are actually playing it. Oh my god, I can't believe it. But man, I wish I could start GTA all over again with no memory. Yeah, that's true. I also have GTA 5 on my laptop. We can play GTA 5. I played Medieval Nexus so you can only kill red things. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The red things are the demons in the game, so yeah. Let me know what do you think about it. Uh, ready for just jump on my bike for the first time after getting kicked off the cops car. Ready for hours of fun exploration and pure. We fight gangs, spray tags. That yeah, yeah. Have you played Assassin's Creed as a trilogy? GTA San Andreas Forever. Black Tie. Yes, guys, I love GTA. No, you know what? You know what? You know what? No, I was having GTA 5 and it was free. Yes, same. Goosebumps. I really miss GTA era as well. Yeah. I don't know why, but even though I played, I think San Andreas most of the time, my favorite was Vice City. So yeah. CJ, I'm down as long as I don't have to come to the party. Yeah. Imagine my laptop will crash right now. It's just fun. On this live stream, we finished a course, we started another one. I published my game. We played your game, like um Black Tie game. Then what else did we do? I showed you should play Assassin's Creed 2 and AC Brotherhood. Maybe. You know, I played Assassin's Creed, but like on a Sony Ericsson, literally. Oh. Um, I don't know how many of you guys know this phone, but no, I can't find it. Why? Not like this. It was like this one. This one. I had this phone for years, and my dad was also kind of a gamer. Hold on. My favorite was GTA Vice City. Same, JJ, which is a mode. GTA Vice City 2010, which is a mode in GTA Vice City, and now no longer available to download on the internet. Just a deactivated torrent. That's it. I see. Let's play story mode, maybe. I'm just curious how GTA 5 is gonna run on my game. Imagine if the whole life crashes. That's gonna be the funniest thing ever. Literally. But yeah, I also have to close this live stream at some point. Ricardo Diaz versus the VCR. Actually, I don't have like. Maybe I know what you're saying, but maybe I don't. Let's see. Oh yeah, the guy. I know the guy. Yes. Oh, I can find GTA Vice City torrented. JJ said it was same as original, just better cars and stuff. Hold on. Am I going to get a copyright from GTA if I'm listening? Maybe like this. Java games. Original better cars. Lava. Let me know how it runs. Let me know if it crashes a lot. I'm curious. Do you like my haircut, guys? Where am I, by the way? Oh, okay. Probably yes, don't take risk. I don't know what we are talking about. Yeah, if you're talking about downloading from... Huh? GTA is also lagging. No way. Okay, hold on. What? No. Yes, fine, do whatever you want. Hold on. Settings. If I'm honest, it's horrible. Horrible haircut. Okay, hold on. Graphics. Uh, Tell me what should I change? Resolution, I think is the. Hold on, it isn't. Ah, this is the okay. Aspect ratio auto. Here. Normal. Okay, let's say normal texture quality. Normal shader quality. Normal grass quality. Normal, let's set everything to normal. Off, off, off. Apply changes. Restart now. Yes. Okay. Let's see how bad it's gonna be. I set everything to normal. I hope it's not gonna do play GTA Online. I also have that. Oh, wait. I have to. There's no way. I need to do some errands, but I can't leave chair. I do low settings to maximize FPS. Good to know. Oh, why is the screen so small? Because of your stream help. I'm uh I can play GTA Online, yes, but the thing is, why is the window so small right now? Please don't tell me I have to wait again to restart the whole game. This is gonna take a lot of time, honestly. A lot of time. Okay. Yeah, I can play online. Maybe I can play actual GTA Online. Addicting. Thank you so much. Hold on. Graphics. Resolution. This is the problem. Hey. Okay. Which one is it? This one. Apply changes. Yes. Nice. Okay, so it works. Delay honestly makes. Oh, yeah. I don't know why the delay is so bad. GTA 6, fine. A bit broken. Yeah, I don't know how GTA 6 is gonna be things bad. And then open game from taskbar. Yeah, there's the delay back. Change screen type above resolution. Thank you guys. The delay is just, I know, yeah. Thank you for helping. I did it already, but by the way, how long? We can add each other. If you also have GTA Online, we can add as friends and we can play together. I don't have anything against it. The thing is, I want this channel to be entered. What? See you, friends. Hope when I come back, see you around. Take care, Black Tie. Thank you very, very much for being here. You spent a lot of time. I'm just gonna try to play a bit and see how bad is the quality and how bad is the game. If it's like No Man's Sky, there's no chance. There's no chance it's gonna be like No Man's Sky. I hope. I'm also gonna watch I wanna play GTA 5 online, but it's not installed right now. Don't worry, JJ. You have all the time in the world. Feel free to tell me in the Discord server, and we can communicate there as well. Don't forget that because I'm very active. You saw probably I'm responding. If I forget to respond, is because I was doing something. I took the notification off and I forgot to reply. And I'm sorry for that. It happens. But yeah, how long is it going to take? I don't know. Let me know if it's logging or not. I also have to close, as I said, those. I'm just gonna test. Oh, GTA. Oh my god, it's so hot outside. I can barely breathe, literally. One eternity later. No worries, dude. Yeah. I have a video that was normally scheduled for yesterday night, but because I did a live stream, I rescheduled it for tonight because I didn't know if I'm gonna do a live stream today. But I did a live stream today. So now I'm thinking if I should post the video tomorrow night. Imagine if I'm gonna be live tomorrow. What? I can't, dude. Maybe should have been better if I just pressed like story mode and that was it. I just want to see how bad is it. Come on, come on, come on. We are getting there. Please, 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 please. Something, something, something. Yes, no, maybe. Oh, God. You know what? I'm just going to check here because I'm curious. Hold on, it's 8 views. Nice. Another analytics, sorry, to oh, is it working? Please. Can't believe it. Come on, come on, come on. I was scared. I thought the live stream stopped. I was like, oh my god, what's going on? Oh, oh, where am I? Why is the oh? Let me know how bad it is. By the way, I don't know what's going on with the street, but feels like I'm playing a bad Unity game. Honestly. Let me know, guys, how bad is it? It's also lagging a lot. Like, for me, I can barely... I mean, I can play it like this. It's just hard to do it, honestly. But, best driver out here. See? Like, I can... Where am I going? Following the trees, literally. Let me know how bad it is. Is it lagging? Oh, I don't want to kill you. This is very weird. Why does it look like this? Is it because of the live stream or because of the settings that I selected? Is the worst thing I've ever seen. It's working fine. At least that. I'm glad it's working fine. Just the street that's disappearing each and there. I really love to... Oh my god. I really love to drive. Oh, I really do. I'm passionate about driving in GTA 5. That's my job. By the way. Yeah, exactly. Why is not loading, right? Like the hold on. If I'm changing the settings, you know what? Maybe I can do something else. Maybe I can close this once. I can close all the stuff. Not anymore having so many frame drops now. Oh. Can I close Epic Games maybe? Oh, wait. What about now? Let's see. I closed everything. Is it better? I mean, it's pretty much... Where am I going? It's loading faster, I feel like. Right? Another bridge. I've never been here. I didn't see that one. How is it, guys? Let me know. Oh, no. Not again. Dude. Dude, what's wrong with you? So hold on, this is GTA Online. Maybe because it's GTA Online, if I'm gonna play GTA Story Mode, maybe it's gonna be better. At least I hope that's the reason why. Could be. Well, guys, I think this was our live stream. I think this time I'm talking seriously and I'm gonna close it. Thank you very, very much for all of you who have been here and talk to me and talk to each other, of course. That's the purpose of a live stream, because if it's silence, it's not a live stream that I like, of course. Oh my god, best parking. Yeah, so thank you very, very much for being here. Let's see, where's OBS? Here. For our live stream with literally everything in it. Take care. I don't know if I'm gonna post the video tonight, but keep an eye on Discord because you will get a notification every time I'm posting something. Thank you very much. Play the game if you feel like it on itch.io. Why not give it a try? Maybe it's interesting. And I'll see you in the next one.